Deep in the forest, where the holly bushes form an impenetrable barrier, I can hear excited calls. They're coming from one of Germany's smallest birds, the wren. This is its realm, and those who come too close to its nest are loudly scolded. One or other of the parents is always arriving at the nest to feed the young. They're quite large already. They'll most likely leave the nest in the next few hours. I'm certain of that. It's the late afternoon, a time of day when the sun's rays only rarely hit the forest floor. This is the time of the wood mice. They only leave their burrows when the forest has quietened down a little. Their grey-brown fur makes them almost invisible on the forest floor. I have to look very closely if I don't want to lose sight of them. I don't know whether this small wood mouse is part of the clan living here. To me, it seems as if they're all related. The small rodents find something edible everywhere. There's no shortage of food at this time of the year. I wasn't expecting the mice to be such good climbers. They are like little artistes, even on thin branches. The tricks they're capable of surprise me. The two young black storks are grown up now, but are still in their nest. A quick glance into my forest diary confirms that there should be 2 further young birds here this year. One of them, in the neighbouring tree, is practicing its flying skills. While the 4th has already completed its test flight successfully. On the way home, I make a detour to the forest glade in the hope of finally seeing the deer nursery. Instead, I'm greeted by a young wild boar mother with her offspring. That too is a nice sight to end my day in the forest. But what's that? The sow is agitated and places herself protectively in front of her piglets. There they are, the fawns and their mothers I so wanted to see. But the does are also restless and take their offspring into their midst. How will the wild sow react? I'm excited too. I've never experienced anything like it. Suddenly the sow goes off and the does react agitatedly. What will happen next? The deer leave the evening stage and retreat into the safety of the forest, leaving the meadow to the wild boar family. It's a shame. I was so looking forward to watching the fawns. But the touching sight of the little piglets makes up for it. I'm thrilled, particularly about what I was privileged to see today. I'm happy I was able to get close to the animals without disturbing them. Summer days are forest days for me. I'd love to be out in nature all day long. Most of the thistles on the old windbreak have withered already. They send their small seeds off on their journey on the evening breeze, each one perfectly equipped with a parachute. This is the time of the tall perennials and umbellifers that have sprung up almost everywhere on the forest fringe. Its tattered wings tell me the best days of this silver-washed fritillary are over. The hornet moves tirelessly from bush to bush, hoping for prey, while the bumblebees peacefully gather nectar side by side. This is the peak season for all sorts of insects. I can hear them humming and buzzing all over the place. Sometimes a rare butterfly comes this way, such as this white admiral. To me, this is the sound of high summer. It's like music to my ears. I take the time to enjoy the moment. Just before I leave the forest, I'm speechless for a moment. Not far from me on the meadow, the does pass by and then disappear again. That would have been the perfect end to my day in the forest, but it wasn't to be. The next time I'm out in the forest, it's the end of September. The warm summer days are definitely over. Wistfully, I think back to the nice days I spent in the forest, to the many small and big experiences. Now I'm looking forward to the coming autumn, to the bright colours and the typical scent of the autumn forest. Fungi are shooting up everywhere in an unbelievable variety. The first yellow leaves have appeared, and here and there leaves are already falling from the trees. In the large broadleaf forests, the points are set for the future now. The seed husks of the beeches are opening, the seeds are falling onto the forest floor. They will give rise to hundreds of saplings next spring. The same thing happens with oaks. Their acorns fall to the ground, giving rise to the next generation, just with more noise. The quietness of the forest doesn't last long. The deer's rutting season is in full swing. Deep in the forest, the rivals are confronting each other, ready to fight at any time. I respectfully keep my distance. Out on the forest glade, the raven couple are listening to the bellowing of the rival stags. The roebuck is unimpressed by the spectacle. He wanders off to the glade. The ravens lose interest too. The ravens are curious. They want to know what the buck is doing on the glade. I'm also wondering what he's looking for. I've only known deer to exhibit this kind of behaviour in winter, when the ground is covered in a thick blanket of snow and the animals want to uncover food. It seems he actually has found something edible. And that evidently seems to bother the raven. But why? Did the raven hide food in the meadow that the buck has now found? This is odd behaviour, and I have no explanation for it. The days start getting shorter again in September. On my way home through the old beech forest, I make a very unusual observation. A young beech marten has left its daytime hiding place much earlier than normal and is playing in the light of the evening sun. Martins usually only come out at dusk, but this one evidently couldn't wait that long. At this age, the young martins expand their radius of action. They go out exploring on their own more and more, following their inborn curiosity. The beech marten has to be careful. There are dangers lurking everywhere in the forest. But now its fine nose has found something. Everything smells so tempting. Even the fungi seem interesting. But it's best not to eat them. The young marten misses nothing. Everything on the ground deserves a sniff. There could be something edible here after all. The fur has a silky sheen in the light of the evening sun. But suddenly it disappears, as if swallowed up by the earth. The first harbingers of autumn have arrived. The leaves are starting to change colour. And in the bright, moonlit nights, the first ground frosts appear. This early morning in October is uncomfortable, cold and wet. There's no sign of a golden October, but the weather could still change during the course of the day. I won't give up hope that quickly. Where butterflies and insects buzzed around a few weeks ago has become the domain of spiders now. We call this an Indian summer. At the moment, the forest is still covered in mist. But it's not long until the sun wins out. Finally, a picture-perfect golden October. The caps of the fly agarics shine like red specks of colour. On the edge of the forest, the fruits of the spindle tree are luminous in the autumn sun. It's the final spurt for my little forest creatures, the squirrels. They have to build up their stockpiles for the upcoming winter. It's every squirrel for him or herself. They continuously run back and forth, sometimes with a nut, sometimes without. It seems to me as if they're stealing each other's hidden nuts. When gathering winter provisions, the squirrels don't lose sight of each other for a single second. Sometimes there are even minor altercations. But they're usually over again quickly too. Immediately the search continues. They can't afford to waste time, maybe just to wipe their nose on the moss. Hour by hour, day by day, the squirrels spend almost their entire time gathering supplies. They must have very fine noses. It's the only explanation I have for how they can find beech mast, acorns and nuts under the leaves. I'm always amazed by this incredible ability. There's something else I find remarkable. How can these nimble squirrels remember all the many hiding places so that they can find their stockpiles again in the snow and ice? I think about that every autumn, and every time it amazes me to see the feats the animals are capable of. Even though squirrels aren't rare in our forests, observations like this are unusual for me. That's why they are among my most precious secrets of the forest. This autumn isn't just a time of plenty for the squirrels. The beeches, oaks and hazel trees are carrying plenty of fruit. Many forest animals should find enough to eat to get them through this winter. It remains to be seen how cold this winter will be. Will there be long periods of snow and frost? Will it be a long winter? For the animals of the forest, these are questions of survival.
The steep coast at the southern tip of Africa. Inaccessible and rugged. But there's one animal that feels right at home here. Cute, but can be fierce. Always sociable. And seemingly designed for life on the edge. dassy, or rock hyrax. The animal is virtually unknown in Europe, as it's not found anywhere in the wild there. It's not a groundhog, although it might look like one. It isn't a rodent either. The dassy is unique. There's nothing remotely like it, not even its nearest relatives. Surprisingly, its closest genetic relatives are the elephant and the manatee, or sea cow. But their habitats couldn't be more different. Dassies live in places that are inaccessible to most other animals. They're accomplished climbers. Narrow crevices and steep overhangs, no problem. Up above, the sun deck calls. A favorite gathering place for dassies. Around 20 females and their clan chief live in this rocky cliff colony. They're well protected from the elements by their thick coats. Their teeth make good grooming aids. An elongated claw on their back feet is ideal for scratching too. Apart from that, dassies have no claws or toes that might help them when climbing, so how do they do it? The leathery soles of their feet are like little suction pads, giving them a firm hold for even the most daring maneuvers. At the foot of the rocks lie their grazing grounds. This is where they feed on flowers, grasses, and lichens. They only spend about an hour each day foraging. But it's a wary 60 minutes. Foraging and eating are dangerous times. Distracted and separated from their usual cover, they become ideal prey for aerial predators. The African black eagle is particularly fond of dassies. If they spot him first, they scatter. But if the eagle is lucky, they might be too late. This time, he's successful. The other dassies hide away between the rocks. It will be some time before they dare to come out again. Every male dassie has his own song, like the head of this colony. He uses it to convey his status to the females. His chosen partner can hear who she's about to engage with, and he can scent whether she is ready to receive him. But she decides whether she actually wants him, and that can take a while. The female dassie is only fertile for a few days each year. So he has to seize every opportunity. He doesn't always succeed at first, but he doggedly pursues her. And finally, it pays off. This little interlude will bear fruit, and the clan chief will also mate with other females. As the South African summer draws to an end, so does the dassie's mating season. Many of the colony's females are pregnant. Now they have to get through the winter. During the following 5 months, tremendous storms rage across the countryside. They bring with them cold and rain. The damp climate is a blessing for the region's plant life. But it makes the thermophilic dassies retreat to their rocky fortress for shelter. They don't venture forth in this kind of weather. But all it takes is for the winter sun to peep out between the clouds and the rocks come alive again. Dassies need warmth to get them moving, because in cold weather, their body temperature sinks by several degrees. It saves energy, but they do need the sun to warm them up again. Especially the pregnant females. Stretching out in the warm sand is very good for this mum-to-be's swollen belly. Unlike the dassie, South African fur seals have no body temperature problems. They have a thick layer of fat and a water-repellent coat to protect against loss of body heat in the chilly 15-degree water. They can start hunting at any time, regardless of whether the sun is there to warm them up or not. They actually only come ashore to rest at breeding time and to raise their young. A rocky outcrop jutting into the sea is the ideal spot for all of that. The younger animals mostly gather at the water's edge. They don't seem to mind the odd dousing while they relax. The best places are on top of the rocks, and the seals make every effort to get there, although their bodies aren't really suited to climbing. Fights often break out over prime locations. Only the patriarch rules unchallenged over his space. Kelp gulls are much feared cohabitants of the southern African coast. They are aggressive and patrol long distances in their search for prey. Dassies have no reason to fear them, though. They just carry on soaking up the sun on the warm rocks. They're sociable creatures and enjoy being in company. Sometimes they even go to the toilet together. These latrine areas are used by all the animals in the colony. A very well-fertilized spot for plants. The nutritious nectar in these blossoms attracts pollinators. Not an insect this time, but a female elephant shrew. She's in great need of the energy-rich nectar, as she has offspring to feed. Elephant shrew babies are born at the end of winter. This means that here in the Western Cape region of South Africa, spring is just around the corner. Shortly after the start of spring, the dassies also give birth to their young. Each mother has 2 or 3 babies. Immediately after they're born, the babies are able to see and romp about on their own. Under the watchful eye of their mother, of course. It's still cold here at the coast. For the little ones, that means they have to huddle together to keep warm. They still have to get used to their airborne neighbours, and they're easily startled. But the adult animals are unperturbed. The African red-winged starling isn't dangerous. Or is it? At any rate, it can be really annoying. The young in the nursery group are all more or less the same age. But they have very different characters. Some of them are more adventurous and want to discover the world around them. Although that world is still limited to their mother's vicinity. In the first few days of their lives, the young survive solely on their mother's milk. Suitably refreshed, it's time for a high-spirited romp. This little daredevil is particularly energetic. The peaceable adult dassies are generally tolerant of their lively offspring, with some exceptions. While the females take care of bringing up their young, the clan chief watches over his extended family. He's young and strong, and reigns undisputed over his kingdom. He does not tolerate strange males. Should one of them from a nearby colony enter his territory, it's a declaration of war. This old fellow is clearly too close. And the clan chief takes up the chase. Nobody disputes his territory. The old intruder knows when to give up. On the other side of the cliff, he's the boss. His colony lives among the coastal rocks near an old lighthouse, with penguins and cormorants. The neighbours' hygiene standards leave a lot to be desired. They deposit their droppings everywhere, unlike the dassies. They use their latrine areas for generations, sometimes even centuries, always at the same spot. Collections of pollen and seeds from the distant past are often found among the deposits, making them especially interesting for climate researchers. Not so much for penguins, though. The old clan chief has done his business. A quick sand bath nearby is a good way to clean up. And now it's time to relax. His family is used to their noisy neighbours. Even the mothers and their babies don't mind the constant clamour. In the middle of spring, the cormorant's brood period begins. First, they have to sort out who is going to stay where. There's loud fighting over the best nesting places. Sometimes too loud. The most ruthless pair wins, securing a prime spot in the shade. The losers will have to breed in the blazing sunshine. Meanwhile, the spring sun is gaining strength. It's getting hot. Even the thermophilic dassies retire to the shade in the middle of the day, or they could overheat. Up here in the rock colony there are plenty of cooler places, but the young can be quite a nuisance. The little daredevil sets off on his own. His curiosity has been aroused by a lizard. The lizard is in hunting mode. It only has eyes for its winged snacks. The little one strays further and further away from the group. He's tempted by some nice fresh greenery, even though he's much too young to be able to digest it. His sister prefers to stay with their mother. She's still keeping a watchful eye on her daring offspring. He's ventured into open ground, far from any safe bolt hole. But the high-spirited little Dassie has no idea that his expedition could be dangerous. His playful instinct is too strong. The adults keep an eye out on the skies too. They can actually look straight at the sun without it damaging their eyes, as they have a special membrane that protects them. So they do not fail to notice the eagle that has been trying to conceal itself in the glare of the sun. A cry of alarm, and most of them react instantly. A last warning finally reaches the little explorer. This time, the eagle draws a blank and moves on. For today, the Dassies are safe in the shelter of their rocky hollows. But the attack has nonetheless taken its toll. Even Dassies can sometimes lose their footing and plunge to their death. Dawn in the lighthouse colony. The penguins are already up and about. At first light, they're off hunting in the sea. Fish are their main prey. The king gull, meanwhile, goes foraging along the shore. A nice fish is a welcome meal to start the day. But this one is a little hard to handle. The thief seizes the opportunity. Can it swallow this big creature whole? Fish and sand, delicious. No problem. Just after sunrise. With the Dassies still fast asleep in their caves, the penguins have been active for ages. These two have something in mind. What looks like an argument is in fact just the opposite. It's a courtship ritual. Mating is a real balancing act. And it's all over by the time the Dassies wake up. The old clan chief of this colony is used to the penguins' hustle and bustle. A fur seal is a much less common sight, though. They rarely come to rest among the penguins. The birds keep a respectful distance. Even though on land, the portly colossus doesn't pose them a serious threat. In the sea, on the other hand, it's a different story. Now and then, fur seals will also hunt penguins in the water. Although it isn't the penguin itself that is the target. It's the fresh fish in its belly that the seal is after. For the penguin, the outcome is the same. On land, however, life is a bit more peaceful. At least among the lighthouse Dassie colony. The cormorants are having a more stressful time of it. It's early summer and they have nests to build. They'll use anything as long as it can be woven into the nest. But suitable materials are in short supply, and looking for them is exhausting. That doesn't affect the Dassies, though. In the nursery, the little ones are frolicking in the sand. Here and there, they will look for things to eat, even though they're still mainly dependent on their mother's milk. Sparse vegetation between the coastal rocks makes a good in-between snack. The cormorant, meanwhile, has come across some building supplies. But not every find can be transported safely back home. There are plenty of thieves lying in wait. and whoever wins the tug of war for nest material can quickly get on with the business of breeding. Eggs in a nest attract robbers who lurk in wait. An airing helps cope with the heat. It's just what the gull was waiting for. But a single egg is not enough to still its hunger. So the search continues and takes it past the rock colony. The young dassies are already a few weeks old. Apart from mother's milk, they're also eating plant food. The little daredevil ventures furthest. Padded feet and an excellent sense of balance help him retain his footing in the swaying, thorny branches. Getting back out of the bush is tricky. Just how daring his acrobatic feat actually was can be seen by the drop. On the beach, the gull has spied its next meal. The crab hasn't a chance. Its hard shell and strong claws are no contest for the gull's sharp beak. It's the perfect tool for cracking open a crab, but it's still not that straightforward. Today, the gull's foraging excursion along the beach has paid off. For the dassies, although gulls might pose no danger, they can still be quite a nuisance. With a full belly, the kelp gull flies off back to its own colony, where it's eagerly awaited. Its young are hungry. Today there's crab with egg, a nourishing mash for its offspring. The chicks are real gluttons and will soon be demanding second helpings. Among the rocks above, the lizard has established its territory in a dusty latrine area. Any intruders are quickly chased away. It stakes its territorial claim by doing press-ups. The dassies don't bother it at all. After all, they're the reason why it lives in the lap of luxury. The scent of their waste attracts insects such as ants. All the lizard has to do is wait until its prey comes along. The plentiful food supply lures others of his kind. But no one gives up their feeding ground without a fight. The latrine areas play an important role for many rock dwellers. At night, the elephant shrew is a frequent visitor. It's on the lookout for its favorite food. Aside from nectar, it also loves insects. Beetles, for instance. They are often to be found among the pellet-like dusty droppings. And a few ants for dessert. How much poorer its life would be without the dassy latrines. Nighttime can bring with it some magical light shows. Not only the stars twinkle, mysterious lights also dance on the sea's surface. The blue shimmer is caused by millions of minuscule luminous sea creatures. Reacting to the movement of the waves and other disturbances in the water, they emit light impulses. The natural wonder ends at dawn. It's a warm summer's morning in the rock colony. The young dassies have meanwhile become quite independent. Today, the entire nursery group meets to take a sand bath. It's more than just pleasure, it also protects them from parasites. But the little daredevil has something else in mind today. He's set his sights on a female. At 2 months, he's not yet sexually mature. But of course, practice makes perfect. The young female dassie isn't particularly impressed with this game. Her escape takes her into dangerous territory. Though even adult animals don't always recognize impending doom. A puff adder hides in wait. It's an ambush predator. The fleeing instinct finally kicks in, but too late. The poison kills swiftly. All the snake needs to do is wait until it has taken effect, and then follow the scent of his victim. A young dassie is a sumptuous meal for the puff adder. The snake will be able to live off it for many weeks to come. By the time it has to go hunting again, the other young dassies will already be too big for it. Fortunately for this nursery group. The daredevil is testing his climbing skills again. He audaciously goes for the most nutritious leaves. But pride comes before a fall. He's got a lot to learn before he grows up. The young cormorants are now fledglings. Their first attempts at flying often land them in the dangerous breakers. If they're lucky, they get washed up onto the beach. The exhausted birds first have to dry out and recover after their ordeal. The big kelp gull seizes the opportunity. It approaches cautiously. Even a young cormorant's beak can be dangerous. But the hapless cormorant is too weak to put up much resistance. Another young fledgling manages to get up again, despite the wind and wet plumage. The most important thing is to dry off quickly so it can fly again. The gull is persistent. But the cormorant doesn't give up either, and in the end, it actually manages to escape. The surf and the gulls claim a number of victims among the young birds. But many survive. And as soon as they're strong enough, they will reach for the skies and start their own lives. All these creatures must master the diverse challenges of growing up. The coming months will show whether the dassie youngsters up here among the rocks will manage it too. Only around 1/4 of them survive the first year. With a little luck, the daredevil will also make it. Perhaps he will lead his own colony someday. More than a year has gone by. The wild little daredevil has grown into a juvenile male Dassie. With the mating season approaching, some things have changed. The clan chief of the rock colony is especially vigilant. Because the juvenile male, now sexually mature, is making his life rather difficult. The cocky young go-getter has only one thing in mind. And the females aren't much interested in hierarchy or supremacy. But the clan chief is much less tolerant. He chases away every grown male Dassie, including the young daredevil. He can clearly not stay in the rock colony anymore. But he's reluctant to give up his home as easily as that. The right to mate, however, rests with the head of the colony. So rivals simply haven't got a chance. The youngster will have to find a new place to call home. Perhaps here, in the lighthouse colony. But in this hurly-burly of alien bodies, how can he find a connection? At last, he spots another Dassie. And it's even a female. He begins cautiously. With him below, and her up above. He takes a chance on the next move. But she doesn't trust the stranger and disappears. Leaving only her scent behind her. But it's a scent he seems to fancy. Can he stay here? He likes the spot and marks it straight away. But someone is watching him suspiciously. The lighthouse colony clan chief may be old, but he still doesn't like the idea of rivals. With his neck hairs raised, he advances towards the intruder and stands there threateningly. Often that's enough to put other males in their place. And the young adventurer respects his territorial claim. He's only really interested in the female, after all. And who knows? Perhaps he might get a chance to start a colony of his own with her someday soon.
Winter on a North American lake. The cypress trees are dormant, awaiting the Earth's tilt back toward the sun. Even turtles take refuge from the bone-chilling water. Spring is months away. To us, it may seem that life is on hold. But we are lumbering, clumsy giants striding through tiny worlds, miniature ecosystems that thrive without us, even in spite of us. Down here, near the very bottom of the food chain, is a secret world. Shadowy waters where thieves, assassins, and gentle souls alike ply their trade. Each has evolved to play a role, even if we don't fully understand it. There are countless ways to make an aquatic living. And like every good community, this one needs reliable trash collectors. Most snails are scavengers, feeding on algae and decomposing plants. Their raspy tongues scrape a path through the muck. This cleaning crew is slow, but voracious, and they've been at it for 500 million years. Long before dinosaurs walked the earth. Outside the mollusk family, few might care about the lowly snail or their cousin, the clam. But as lakes and rivers go, these may be the canaries in the coal mine, nature's early warning system for water quality. Today, nearly half their species are at risk. Fully grown, these freshwater clams are barely larger than your thumbnail. They are bivalves, wearing their house as a hinged shell. Perhaps mobile home is more accurate. Clams spend most of their time buried in the sand. This young clam has come up to release its larvae. Baby clams aren't babied. They are sent off into the world to fend for themselves. This silky muscle is the clam's foot. In the right hands, it's a shovel, a wedge, and a winch. Clams are filter feeders, sucking in water and filtering out microscopic shrimp-like creatures called zooplankton. Even this modest little mollusk can filter about a half-gallon of water a day. They readily absorb man-made toxins like pesticides, which build up in their tissues and can eventually kill them. Of the 300 species native to North America, 200 are extinct or in jeopardy. As shellfish go, this is one of the new kids on the block. The crayfish, the crawdad, the mudbug, was burrowing into lake beds some 115 million years ago. It is the Swiss pocket knife of freshwater creatures. Claws are for protecting your territory. They're also top-notch excavation gear. The long antennae are used like hands to feel their way around the environment, creating an internal map. That's especially useful when you're hunting for a snack in the dead of night. The little antennules sense motion, smell food, even detect the chemical signatures of mates and predators. 40% of a crayfish's brain is devoted to the sense of smell. For us, it's 1%. Its legs are as deft as a safecracker's fingers and have chemical receptors to hone in on food. Working by feel alone, they quickly find where prey is vulnerable. Powerful mandibles shred the tender morsel into bite-sized pieces. Even the smallest crayfish is a giant in these waters. A thick layer of algae near the surface provides a safe haven from the predators below. Nymphs prowl this tangled forest for anything they can catch. This is their realm for up to 4 years, before they emerge from the water and shed their camouflaged skin. Then they rule the skies as a dragonfly. This damselfly, a relative of the dragonfly, breathes through the feather-like gills on its tail. flatworms dine on decaying leaves. Planaria, as they are called, possess almost miraculous powers of healing and regeneration. Cut one into 100 pieces, and you've created 100 worms. Special cells become any needed body part. Headless pieces will destroy and absorb just enough cells to grow a new head. In just a couple of weeks, a slice of planaria can rebuild into a tiny new flatworm. These sunlit shallows are a thick tangle of vegetation, scavengers, and predators. A ghost shrimp snatches plankton from the water. Just an inch long, it can control the dotted pigments of its glass-like body, rendering it nearly invisible. Look closely, and you can see its heart beating. Below the glimmering blooms of algae and schooling minnows is the last refuge of the hunted. This is the dark underworld, the primordial soup of the lake bottom. Tiny amphipods clean rotting bits of debris from a nymph. They share these shadows with the most prolific killer that has ever lived, the mosquito. Worldwide, mosquito-borne diseases like malaria, dengue fever, and West Nile virus kill as many as 3 million people every year. Mosquito larvae do not have gills. They are air breathers. Larvae hang upside down at the surface, breathing through a tube. It will take about 3 weeks to go from the tiniest little wiggler to big larvae to mature pupae. These curled tumblers are just hours from hatching. Inside, an adult mosquito is packed and folded like insect origami. If we could snap our fingers and make all mosquitoes disappear forever, should we? They have been here for more than 100 million years, co-evolving with untold thousands of species across the planet. For many fish and birds, mosquitoes are a key part of their diet. Caribou that follow the same windy trails year after year to avoid the bloodsuckers may change their migration routes, altering the ecosystem. Thousands of plant species depend on mosquitoes for pollination. It's been said that eradicating mosquitoes would be a mere hiccup in our ecosystems. What fills its place could be better or worse. Shadow movement or rapid changes in light send them diving for cover. Mosquito larvae are omnivores, eating algae, bacteria, and other tiny water dwellers. Soon enough, they will feast on blood, and their young will return to the water. Winter is coming to an end. Every plant and animal is waiting for a cue. A good rain, warmer days, perhaps a full moon. It's time to look for a mate. Toads emerge from their winter burrows.
Je t'aime au futur, je t'aime à tous les temps. Je sème l'amour, j'en récolte tous les jours. Si tu m'appelles, j'accours sans détour. La première fois que je t'ai rencontré, je le savais déjà.
If this handsome couple can find some water, she'll lay her eggs and he'll fertilize them.
Je t'aime au passé, je t'aime au présent, je t'aime au futur.
They'll stay locked in this embrace for days if necessary. No one is allowed to cut in on this dance.
Par toutes les saisons, nous nous amusons. Je t'aime au passé, je t'aime au présent.
Once again, water is the key to survival of the species. The opaque jelly-like masses sink to the bottom and blend in. Each couple will contribute thousands of fertilized eggs to water filled with predators. The strategy is simple. Create so many babies, they can't all get eaten.
Reste avec moi pour l'éternité.
rains are here. A healthy shower is essential to flowering plants, new growth, the cycle of life. But not for the tiny fire ant. If this colony doesn't get all of its citizens above the saturated ground, they will drown. Workers scramble to open holes in the nest. The queen, eggs, and larvae must be evacuated quickly. But the shower has become a flood. Any other ant would be doomed. But the fire ant is unlike any other creature on Earth. Workers build a raft, pull everyone aboard, and simply float away. When they hit land, the workers will dig another nest, and the colony will survive. Summer is here. Cicadas sing high in the trees, far from the predators on the forest floor. Don't let the innocent face fool you. The barber's map turtle is a cold-blooded carnivore. If they can catch it or crush it in their powerful jaws, it's on the menu. Fish and snails are good, but insects are like chocolate to a baby turtle. Funny as it may sound, turtles are the great white sharks of a freshwater river. Fully grown, they have no enemies and keep mid-level predators from overrunning the ecosystem. The males will grow to about 5 inches and be ready to mate in 3 or 4 years. The females will dwarf them, reaching 12 inches across. But to become a mother, a female must survive 15 to 20 years before she's ready to mate. River pollution, dredging, habitat destruction, and the pet trade have taken a heavy toll on the barber's map turtle. Studies indicate that there are fewer than 10,000 left worldwide. Turtles can't easily pick up and leave when their home is in jeopardy, but their upstairs neighbors can. The water skimmer, water scooter, water skater, water skipper is perhaps best known as the water strider. It does indeed walk on water. Not all water striders are created equal. Their very survival depends on it. Some juvenile striders have wings. Some have half wings. Some no wings at all. The striders without wings are lighter, more nimble, more likely to catch prey and thrive. But if the stream runs dry or pond disappears, the winged striders can fly off to find a new home. Look closely at the shadow cast on the sand below. Those circles at the end of its legs hold the secret to water walking. The top layer of water molecules creates surface tension, a thin film of sorts. The strider spreads its weight across a much larger area than its thin legs should allow. This aquatic insect is exquisitely built to repel water from stem to stern. Its body and legs are covered with thousands of microscopic hairs per square millimeter, a nearly perfect raincoat. Getting wet while walking on water could prove deadly. A soaked bug is a slow bug, better known as fish food. Wind, rain, even swift water barely slow the strider down. It can support 15 times its weight before sinking. It's been about 3 weeks since our toads went skinny dipping. The kids have arrived, by the thousands. Just as insects have larval stages, so do frogs and toads. Tadpoles begin life with gills, like a fish. The large ones are no bigger than a pea. Tadpoles are mainly herbivores, eating plants, algae, and bits of rotting stuff full of nutrient-rich bacteria. But they've been known to snack on smaller tadpoles now and then. As legs appear, so do lungs. In about 12 weeks, they're ready for life on land. Amphibians have been swimming, hopping, and crawling the earth for some 360 million years. Today, they may be standing on the brink of destruction. Global warming, water pollution, and habitat loss have killed off 170 species in just the past 10 years. Another 1,900 are threatened, heading toward extinction. The humble gopher tortoise may be slow, but it is indeed persistent. A single tortoise can dig a 48-foot-long tunnel 3 feet deep to get out of the elements and away from predators. Its burrows eventually provide homes for nearly 400 other species, such as frogs, snakes, and even owls. They are scavengers, getting most of their water from plants. Thorny thistle flowers are a real treat. A fully grown tortoise has few natural enemies except bears and alligators. But it is on a slow march toward extinction, and we are hurrying it along, destroying tortoise habitat, capturing them for pets, and even eating them. Gopher tortoise sightings have become rare in most of the southeastern United States. The ant colony has found a new home. Workers excavate a complex network of tunnels and chambers that may reach 10 feet down into the ground. Ants are omnivores, eating anything that offers energy, fats, or proteins, including other insects. A fire ant scout may be fearless, but this is no place to be brave. A lunar landscape created by a clever predator. The antlion digs a cone-shaped pit in the sand, easily tossing out rocks twice its weight. The trap is set. Vibration from the struggling insect alerts the antlion hiding just below the surface. The antlion flings sand at its prey, knocking the ant off balance. It's like trying to run up a 40-foot sand dune and being showered with rocks. This fire ant isn't going down without a fight. She thinks the clump of dirt is her attacker, latches on, and stings it furiously. The antlion tries to pull her and the dirt down in one shot. It's an epic battle, one the ant rarely wins. This scout isn't as lucky. She's dragged to her death beneath the sand. It is not a quick and painless way to go. The antlion's jaws are lined with hollow spikes. It injects the victim with digestive enzymes, turning its innards into a kind of bug soup, and then literally sucks its guts out. Like other insect larvae, this antlion will someday take to the skies. For now, it will remain in its secret world, one of many tiny kingdoms that thrive without us, even in spite of us. There are some who say that humans could not possibly alter the ecosystem we know as planet Earth. After all, the Earth is so big and we are so small. But consider this. The air, land, and ocean, the biosphere containing life, is little more than a sheet of paper on a classroom globe.
We've all got bugbears about the insect world. They can be pretty annoying, buzzing, biting, and being creepy. But without our invertebrate neighbors, we'd be in serious trouble. They clean up the planet for us, pollinate the plants we depend on, and provide the basis of the food chain supporting all life, including ourselves. With millions of years of fine-tuning, they are miniature marvels that the world just can't live without. We humans like to think we rule the world, but look a little closer. We are outnumbered by creatures that could have come from another planet. Mini monsters on a warpath. We don't know how many species of insects there are on Earth. Perhaps 10 million, which would make up 90% of all life forms. Like the plains of Africa or the jungles of South America, endless wild battles play out. The stag beetle's mission leads him straight into a hornet's nest, literally. Like miniature comic book superheroes, insects have bioengineered body armor and built-in weapons. The hornet's deadly sting can't penetrate his tank-like body. But as their numbers grow, he needs to make a break for it. But he can't rest. He has a job to do. In the midst of the chaos, a female stag beetle, his coveted prize. Something he is willing to fight for. The stag's magnificent antlers are built for this. Like monster machines, they wrestle, trying to throw their opponent's balance. The skeleton of insects is on the outside, a chitin shell, lightweight and immensely strong. The victor, battered by the fight and punctured by his enemy's jaws, can claim his prize. Whatever their size, shape or lifespan, all insects devote their lives to this one moment, leaving a legacy. A new population of bugs to keep their dynasty alive. Soon after mating, the female will lay eggs into rotten wood. For the male, his mission is complete. Not all insects use violence to secure a mate. For the emperor moth, it's more about detective work. He has huge antennae, scanning the air for a chemical cue. Nearby, a larger female is releasing her scent into the air. The male follows the pheromones. The mothy perfume leads suitor to source. Only the males have chemical detection devices, the key to moth breeding success. Birds do it, bees do it, and so does all of insect kind. Dragonflies and damselflies were among the very first creatures to fly, rising from prehistoric swamps some 325 million years ago. Some of those great-granddaddies were the size of pigeons and still carried on 4 fast and maneuverable wings. Though they have been scaled down, these descendants have hardly changed and can sprint at 50 kilometers per hour. Their fast flight is for hunting on the wing. It also makes for a spectacular courtship dance. The male clasps the female's head with his tail, while she gathers sperm from his underside. He then carries her around the pond as she deposits eggs below the water's surface. It's dangerous for the female to dip below, but it means she can reach the best laying spots. This way, she has the male to pull her out and prevent drowning. But love's a dangerous game. It's hard to believe this beetle can fly, but insects' wings can beat several times on a single nerve reflex, even keeping this giant airborne. This heavyweight is lured to love by a rather different perfume. The sweet smell of dung. He's not the first to arrive at the buffet, making it a promising meeting place. This is a dung beetle's wine bar. But there's no small talk here. They get straight to work. The female wants takeout and starts to roll a ball away. While she's busy, the male performs his duty. She'll bury the ball and lay eggs in it, creating an edible nursery for her young. But not all creatures of the forest floor are in a romantic mood. It ends up being a singles party. The emperor moth waits for the cover of darkness. Far fewer predators roam. She's vulnerable when laying her eggs and needs to take her time to place them in the safest spot. The eggs are laid soft and sticky, but well hardened. It's insect superglue that will hold the eggs in place, hidden from the world, until they are ready to hatch. We humans like to consider ourselves master builders, but right under our noses, skilled architects are at work. A hornet selects only the finest building materials for her craft. She'll chew the bark to make wood pulp, which combined with saliva makes the perfect papier-mâché. She builds a hanging shell, a globe which will house geometrically perfect chambers in which her eggs and grubs can develop. In this way, she has founded the nucleus of a colony that with care can grow. There are many social insects, but few reach the levels of complexity as ants. The colony founder is the queen. Her daughters grow up to look after her in her role as a breeding machine, producing ever more eggs and babies to populate the nest. Chemicals released by the queen ensure that from birth, each ant knows its designated role in life. They start out tending their huge mother, feeding and cleaning her, collecting the eggs she lays and tending to them in the nursery. They graduate to collecting food for the colony or guarding the other workers. This incredible infrastructure means the queen is free to keep on delivering her genetic legacy. She might live for 30 years and deliver many millions of eggs. It takes only a few days for the emperor moth's eggs to hatch, but it's not little moths that emerge. Caterpillars eat their way from inside their eggs, and they start as they mean to continue, munching 24/7. Their sac-like bodies expand to accommodate their all-you-can-eat lifestyle. Periodically, the munching machines must do the equivalent of undoing their buttons at a buffet. Like slipping out of a sleeping bag, they shed their skins, revealing bolder colors and a looser outfit with room to grow. Moths and butterflies have been producing caterpillars for nearly 60 million years. It's given them plenty of time to vary the design. Spring is the time of the grub, but the breeding of butterflies influences the breeding season for other creatures as well. Virtually every songbird in the world is raised on the caterpillar diet. Parent birds spend all day, every day, catching and ferrying caterpillars to hungry chicks. A brood might munch through dozens in a day, keeping the parents busy and hammering the local supply of grubs. The emperor caterpillar munches on regardless. She is now 6 centimeters long and covered in prickly guard hairs. Of course, even now, the eating doesn't stop. Insects were the first creatures on Earth to eat plants. These original vegetarians shaped their evolution. To cope with the sudden attack of grazers, many plants retaliated with chemical warfare, releasing toxins into their leaves when they sensed an attack. But not to be defeated, the insects turned the counterattack to their advantage. They used the toxins in their own bodies to ward off would-be attackers. The caterpillars' hairy bodies are irritating to the touch. The eating-on-the-go lifestyle can mean blundering into predators. But the bug barely looks up. Her itchy hairs reach the frog before she does. The tree frog gets the point. Soon the bloated mass has reached its full potential. Her body has expanded and shed several times, revealing even more dramatic patterns. For the first time in her life, she stops eating. Now she reveals a new skill. She spins silk. Quite the craftsman, she weaves it into a perfect cocoon, building herself inside it. Once sealed inside, she performs insect magic. Like something from a horror film, her body melts until it's just a goo-filled shell, and then it slowly rebuilds body parts. She can stay inside her chrysalis all winter, but then the miracle is complete. After her rebirth, she's barely recognizable. And so she can join the majestic winged world of moths and butterflies. Reinvented, adult butterflies have the diagnostic 6 legs of an insect. Now daintier eaters, they no longer have leaf-munching jaws, but long, delicate tongues, or proboscis, for licking up nectar, sugary, high-energy food to power their flight. The stunning iridescence of their wings is not pigment. Instead, tiny overlapping scales reflect the light at different angles, radiating with the full spectrum of sunlight. As they sip the nectar, they are joined by a whole host of sugar-loving insects. The first insects were meat-eaters, like the dragonflies, but as they evolved to exploit plants, they were forever to shape the face of the world. From the day the first bug sipped nectar, plants and insects have evolved together, literally shaping one another. Plants started to use the visiting insects to ship their pollen from plant to plant, aiding their reproduction. They developed colorful and elaborate flowers to lure the insects and a sweet nectar to reward their efforts. Insects see many parts of the ultraviolet color spectrum that we can't. And flowers use every color of the rainbow to advertise their presence. If it wasn't for insects, the world would be a much duller place. The colors and smells of the plant world that we all so enjoy are all courtesy of the incredible insects. Getting an insect to transport pollen to neighboring plants is a much more reliable method than simply releasing them into the wind and hoping for the best. So plants go to great lengths to hire their tiny couriers. Some plants use colors and sweet smells, but there are other tactics. Arum, a peculiar woodland plant, emerges in spring. Its phallic flowers have several ingenious tricks. Instead of smelling sweet, they produce the acrid smell of rotting flesh. And the cupped shape produces heat. The interior of the plant can be 15 degrees centigrade warmer than its surroundings. Like a vaporizer, it wafts the scent into the air. It's a magnet, especially for tiny moth flies. The flies are drawn in to investigate the smell, but a fine series of hairs trap them in the bulb at the base of the flower. It takes a while for the flies to figure out an exit route, long enough to coat themselves in pollen, ready to be lured in by warmth and rotten meat of another deceitful arum. In the Amazon, a gigantic plant depends on a tiny helper. The giant water lily. This colossal plant produces football-sized flowers, but unusually they don't open until after dark. They too produce an alluring warmth and release a smell of butterscotch and pineapple. They are setting a trap. The night foraging beetles are drawn to the white flowers glowing in the moonlight. The warmth and smell are irresistible. They are counting on the beetles visiting multiple flowers to carry pollen. As the sun rises, the flower closes in, trapping its victim. As the beetle struggles to find a way out, it wipes off pollen from other plants and gathers some from this. By the evening, the deed is done. The plant has satisfied its needs. It begins an incredible transformation. Its virgin whites now flushed with passionate purple, a sure sign that fertilization has taken place. And as it proclaims its success, the beetle can crawl to freedom, it's job done. Few creatures have played a bigger role in shaping the appearance of our planet than insects by influencing plants. And for plant-munching bugs, it's a colourful cuisine, but it's not always easy working on a small scale. The world can be a dangerous place. A small action can devastate a miniature landscape. A fallen leaf turns life for an entire community upside down. And in autumn, whole forests can turn into miniature war zones, under siege from shrapnel that rains from above. Throw in a natural disaster, and it's chaos. A single raindrop can be devastating, but it can get so much worse. The smallest of tsunamis tears through a tiny community. Ants grab what they can and head for high ground. There will always be survivors, ready to rebuild the empire. Insects are short-lived. Their reproductive strategies mean they can rebuild their numbers quickly. Which is just as well. It's a dangerous world. Water's not the only peril storms can bring. Wildfires can sweep across grassland at a rate of knots. Large animals might outrun the flames, but being vertically challenged, insects must face the apocalypse. A few heroic individuals try to make a dash for their lives. But there are always those willing to exploit another's misfortune. Marabou storks prowl the fringes of the burn, picking off survivors. Baboons join in on the bug barbecue. Ants stand a chance at survival. Their nests can tunnel deep underground, where the inhabitants can hide from the scorching flames. When they emerge to survey the wreckage, they find they might actually benefit from the catastrophic event. Those lost are a lifeline to the colony as it rebuilds. Because the outside world is so dangerous, some insects have made the switch from hunter-gatherers to farmers. Leafcutter ants are among the strongest creatures on the planet. They use huge jaws to harvest pieces of leaf to cart back to the nest. The cargo may weigh 50 times more than the ant, the equivalent of a human carrying a van home from the supermarket. It's an intimidating sight. Next to humans, leafcutter ants form the biggest, most complex societies. Up to 8 million ants live in a single giant colony. But once they get home, they don't eat the leaves. Inside, they culture fungi. Their miniature mushroom garden needs the leaves to feed on. Again, the power of society is revealed, all individuals working for the greater good of the community. The fungus turns tough leaves into easy-to-digest protein that the ants use to feed their offspring deep in the safe haven of home. Ants are masters of getting the job done. They might be small, but like Egyptians building the pyramids, they use muscle power, harnessing an enormous workforce. There is almost no limit to the scale of their constructions. A jay observes a wood ant colony hard at work. It's a feathered fiend, but this time it's not here for lunch. The wood ants are predatory and are not going to lie down and take an attack. They spray chemical weapons. But this is exactly what the bird wants. It's using the ants for a beauty treatment. The ants are coating its feathers in formic acid, which is a natural insecticide. It can kill fleas, mites, and even fungi and bacteria. Nicely spruced up, it takes off, barely leaving a tip. Of course, not all creepy crawlies are cooperative. Scorpions are arachnids, members of the spider family, armed with a lethal sting. Another predatory bug is on the prowl, this time an insect, the praying mantis. The mantis seems too distracted, cleaning its independent compound eyes. Danger looms. Master of ambush, and with the moves of a martial arts expert, the scorpion didn't have the chance to react. Its amputated tail tries to find purchase, but can't penetrate the mantis's strong, waxy body armor. It's a bug-eat-bug world, dramas that have played out since life first conquered the land. 3 tiny eyes sit between the 2 huge compound eyes of the mantis. The arms are held in the praying position to sheathe the needle-like spines that line them, and it can swing its head through 180 degrees on an unusually long neck. With great patience, it can stand for hours, bobbing gently like a branch or edging forwards, unseen by potential prey. This is the tiger of the insect world, and every bit as deadly. Another mini menace sets a trap. It creates the perfect pitfall. The antlion larva buries itself, jaws up, and lies in wait. One false move can trigger an avalanche. Escape is futile. Insects can certainly live up to their nightmarish reputation. In the insects world, small can be sinister. Since the time of the dinosaurs, bloodsuckers have plagued the world. During their breeding season, mosquitoes and midges gather in their millions. Only the females bite. They need a good meal of blood to nourish the eggs growing inside them. Particularly to creatures of the far north, they can make summers miserable, and this time being big is no advantage. Everyone gets the itch. The biters can become so numerous that victims can die from blood loss. Weakened by the constant tapping, some animals might no longer have the body reserves they need to survive a long, cold winter. But it's not always bugs that come out on top. In the insect world, you must look before you leap. There are booby traps at every turn. Creepy crawly they might be, spiders are not insects, but they are perhaps insect enemy number one. Their silk is one of the strongest, stickiest substances known on Earth, and it has one purpose: to destroy insects. There are more than 45,000 species, and each uses a different deadly design. Skillfully, the snares are laid out. Now all the predator has to do is wait. Careless flies can find themselves in a sticky situation and will soon be injected with paralyzing venom, packed with enzymes that will turn their bodies to mush, ready to be slurped up by the spider. And it's not just creepy crawlies that insects need to watch out for. Field crickets invest a huge amount of time constructing burrows where they can sing and amplify their songs. These prime properties are worth defending, but it's risky to stand down the neighborhood watch. The 15-centimeter lizard is like a dinosaur from down here. But the sumo bugs are too engrossed to notice its approach. It may have been the rise of insects that facilitated the evolution of larger beings. The first reptiles appeared around 300 million years ago to take advantage of the growing swarms. And in an evolutionary arms race, insects developed some extraordinary escape tactics. The muscles in a grasshopper's legs are locked in tension to save up enough energy to catapult them from danger. If we had this power, we could jump football fields. As always, evolution is driven by survival of the fittest. The pinnacle of pest predation is the chameleon. His eyes can move independently. His skin can change its shade to blend in. With the stealth of a cat burglar, he closes in. His tongue is a missile, and it rarely misses its mark. The reign of reptiles was bad for bugs, but things were to get worse when 225 million years ago, the first mammals appeared on Earth. To begin with, they were all small and hedgehog-like, and all preyed upon insects. But unlike reptiles, these newcomers were warm-blooded and needed to eat 10 times more to meet their energy demands. They were fast and intelligent. Bad news for bugs. But around the same time, another warm-blooded bug killer appeared. Birds are perhaps the biggest drain on insect kind. They have become speedy, agile aerial predators. It might even have been hunting insects that fueled their development of flight. Now for the first time there was a predator that could follow them into the air. The majority of the world's nearly 10,000 bird species are insectivores. It's a bug blitz. Creepy crawlies influence bird behavior in more ways than just munching. There's no prizes for guessing where the bee-eater gets its name. This insect's armed and dangerous, but a good bashing takes it out of action. Now tenderized and disarmed, it's ready to offer as a gift. Bug after bug is brought as an offering. This is courtship, the bee-eater equivalent of giving a box of chocolates. It takes a few dinner dates, but eventually the female is wooed. The male has proven his hunting abilities, demonstrating how well he could care for their future offspring. Foraging insects must avoid spiders, reptiles, mammals, and birds, but sometimes even their habitat seems out to get them. Drosera, or sundews, are just one of several families of carnivorous plants that live in poor soil areas and so supplement their intake of nutrients through predation. Their leaves are covered in sticky tentacles that emit a sweet smell to lure curious insects. The insects are immediately glued to the plant, which slowly curls its leaf around its prey. The same sticky lures release enzymes that digest the bug, turning it into a smoothie that the plant can absorb. Though they seem to have the world against them, insects rise to the challenge. Mass spawning events create some of nature's greatest spectacles. So many insects, the predators barely dent their numbers. Mayfly are the masters of mass production. Most of these millions will live only for one day. During that time, they must mate and spawn. During their short lives, each female can lay up to 3,000 eggs back into the water where the larva will develop. Of course, their temporary abundance doesn't go unnoticed. The key to their success is that as adults, they focus solely on breeding. Insects deploy all sorts of tactics to secure a mate. The moths use chemical scent trails. Mayfly emerge en masse and dance. Others have developed unique forms of communication. As darkness descends on the forest, a fairy tale world of magic is revealed. Fireflies, or glowworms, are beetles with inbuilt chemistry sets. By mixing chemicals in their abdomens, the females emit a greenish glow that males can spot from about 50 meters away. The males flash a duller light to signal their intent and fly in. The more light coming from a female, the bigger she'll be, and the more eggs she'll produce. So like moths to flame, he'll target the brightest light. Daylight brings other great communicators into play. When grasshoppers and crickets are looking for love, they sing. By rubbing their wing cases, they create the familiar music of summer. When you live in a dense jungle, or as we humans see it, a field of grass, it can be hard to find a mate. Sounds carry, and like a dating website, can help tell insects who's available in their home patch. The tiny field cricket is still hard at work. Being heard above the crowd is a challenge, so his cylindrical tunnel acts as a huge amp, cranking up the volume. The songs don't always attract females, they can attract rivals as well. You've got to be strong in the insect world, and as always, it's passion behind the act. Which brings us back to the stag beetles and their tiny, titanic battles. Millions of years of shaping have created the perfect mini-machines. Complex senses, built-in weapons and body armor, all for the sole purpose of propagating the species. Battles like this have little changed for millennia, playing out long before dinosaurs got a foothold. A new legacy is left, another generation. But when insects are so successful, widespread, and tied to the evolution of the world, why do they create such problems for us? For one thing, the tiny terrors can be pretty annoying. Flies seek moisture and minerals from sweat and tears. Their persistence can ruin a summer's evening. It doesn't matter how big and scary you are, you can still be bugged by bugs. There are also a few of insect kind that directly attack us. Working in wet locations can be miserable thanks to the vampire ways of the mosquito. But far worse than blood loss, the nasty gnats can spread terrible diseases like malaria that fuel our fear of creepy crawlies. The insect empire sometimes appears to be on a path of destruction. Small, innocuous-looking beetles are like grim reapers to the forest itself. By chewing their way through the living tissues of trees, bark beetles can literally wipe out thousands of hectares of life. The beetles can play a beneficial role in thinning out forests to allow new growth, but left unchecked, with warmer winters and fewer predators, they can reach plague proportions and do unimaginable damage. But there is another side to the story. Imagine piles of carcasses. The only reason we are not up to our necks in death is because insects clear it away. They eat it, bury it, and recycle nutrients. Everything, plant or animal, must die, and when it does, its remains need to be processed. And there is one other type of waste where we are lucky to get help. Everybody poops. Ever wondered why we are not all buried in the stuff? It's because insects, like the hard-working dung beetle, take care of it for us. Insects remove carrion, bury dung, control pests, aerate soil, and feed wildlife. But there is another, even more important role that supports all of us. As pollinators, insects are responsible for feeding the world. Virtually everything we eat has at some stage in its production been pollinized by insects. Thanks to their unique relationships with plants, the world blooms. They work hard, and we reap the rewards. It's hard to put a value on insects, but it's thought that their role in pollination is worth about $150 billion per year to the global economy, which pales in comparison with their value in recycling waste, a staggering $3 trillion every year. It's much harder to put a value on the enjoyment we get from the sweet tastes, beautiful sights, and exotic scents we enjoy thanks to insect kind. We have also brought that process one step closer to ourselves. We harness the power of bees. We can place their colonies in areas where we need our food plants fertilized, and we take advantage of their food stores. While they are visiting the plants, they are converting nectar to honey. Honey is an incredible material. It never goes off. It has antibiotic properties and can be used to treat wounds. It contains all the vitamins and minerals we need, boosts our immune systems, and of course, it tastes delicious. Insects are not creepy crawlies. They are veterans of life on Earth. They keep our environment in check and put food on our tables. Perhaps we should see them as tiny, fascinating guardians, or possibly even friends. They seem set to rule the world long after we've gone. The ultimate success story. They add beauty to the world and inspire our lives. Where would we be without them? Insects are worth celebrating.
chaos and disorder. These two words aptly describe Indian cities. Our documentary crew leaves New Delhi and drives for 2 days straight. The scenery in the countryside is starkly different from that of the big city. Secluded from the human population, this tiger reserve seems to be a whole different world. This is Kanha National Park, a sanctuary for wild animals inhabited by the largest tiger population in India. The reserve also appeared in the popular children's novel, The Jungle Book. Rudyard Kipling, a British novelist, created the main characters of Mowgli, an abandoned young boy, and Shere Khan, a Bengal tiger outlaw against the backdrop of this jungle. We came here hoping to capture footage of Bengal tigers like Shere Khan. Will the tigers we encounter in this reserve be the same outlaws depicted in Kipling's Jungle Book? As soon as we arrive, we spot large tiger footprints. A Bengal tiger is lurking somewhere deep in the jungle. Following the tiger tracks, we go deeper into the jungle in pursuit. In the land of the tigers, we are first greeted by the sight of a spotted deer. We also encountered a python 10 meters long and weighing 200 kilograms. Although pythons are docile animals, they can easily kill their prey through constriction. After suffocating their prey, the python swallows its victim whole. Once the python passes by, we discover fresh tiger footprints. But Shere Khan is loath to reveal himself to us. When the ruler of the jungle is gone, the monkeys come out to play. These white furry creatures with the black faces are gray langurs and are commonly seen across India. They spend most of their time in the trees to avoid being eaten by tigers. When the tigers are nowhere to be seen, they come down to the ground to relax and play. A small herd of deer also graze peacefully. When there are no monkeys rustling in the trees to drop fruit for them to eat, the deer stand upright on their hind legs to reach for any low-hanging fruit. The sambar deer is markedly larger than the spotted deer, and here we have two males engaged in battle. Sambar deer can be very fierce. These two are probably fighting over territory or female deer. During the mating season, sambar deer become more aggressive, and this kind of sparring can be witnessed frequently. From the distance, a Bengal tiger looks on as the deer rut. Unaware of the clear and present danger, the sambar deer continue to butt heads. The tiger hides amongst the shadows. Park rangers at this tiger reserve have named this particular tiger Khan. The male spotted deer is absorbed in shedding his antlers. Without making a sound, Khan begins his ambush. The male deer freezes. Has he sensed the danger? He uses his keen sense of smell to detect predators. Khan quietly selects his prey. In total silence, the hunter focuses his attention on only one deer. Due to his poor eyesight, the deer does not see the approaching danger. Khan patiently stays still, ready to pounce at the right moment. Another deer suddenly sounds the alarm after detecting the tiger by its scent. The herd quickly scatters. Springing into action, Khan goes in for the kill. Khan succeeds in his hunt, reaffirming his status as the prime predator of the jungle. We meet Professor Valmik Thapur, top expert on Bengal tigers, in his office.
Compared to the lion, the tiger is solitary. I think one of the reasons why it's solitary is that it lives in jungle, in thick forest. The lion lives in open grassland, in plains. They can see each other, and they've evolved over thousands of years how to live in a pride, how to live in a family, mother, babies. The tigers come together only when the female has cubs. So for 2 years, she looks after the cubs and they live together. But when the female doesn't have cubs, they all live alone.
The jungles of India have made tigers evolve into lone hunters. In the jungle, the mating season begins in April. This male peacock unfolds its tail feathers to attract females. However, this mating display is not always successful. Khan has managed to find himself a mate. But the tigress named Mitchell does not easily allow Khan to approach her. Despite this, Khan continues his pursuit. Mitchell finally gives in to Khan's advances. Unlike other female tigers, Mitchell does not lash out after mating. in late May. The jungle receives heavy rainfall. A sudden downpour catches the documentary crew by surprise. A lone tiger trudges through the rain.
Tiger is moving.
The rain brings a brief reprieve from the hot temperatures of around 40 degrees Celsius. The tiger cools itself down in the rain. The monsoon season in India lasts until September.
India has a very strong rainy season, the monsoon. So it rains and rains, and all the scents and smells of tigers get washed out. So when the rain stops by the end of August and early September, the tigers start to remark their areas, saying, this is now freshly marked, this is mine.
Controlling their territory is very important to tigers who live solitary lives. To mark its territory, the tiger defecates and rubs its body against the leaves, leaving its scent behind. As it leaves its scent around the jungle, the tiger now prepares for autumn. After 4 long months of monsoon rains, the jungle of the reserve has grown thicker. Many ponds have been newly created around the forest. As it becomes easier to find fresh water once the monsoon is over, the tiger moves deeper into the jungle. The Tiger Task Force and documentary crew have been closely observing tigers in the Kanha Tiger Reserve since spring. But in the last 2 months, there have been no sightings of Khan and his mate. The reason is that the monsoon has left abundant supplies of water, meaning the tigers seldom leave the heart of the jungle. Even the park rangers who have worked at this reserve for 10 years find it bewildering that the tigers are nowhere to be seen. Compounding our setback, the vehicle used by the crew gets a flat tire. Driving over rough surfaces for hours at a time has taken its toll on the tires. Could the vehicle continue to carry us on our journey? Then, we are told the Jeep can go no further. But the crew is not going to give up so easily. Although the Jeep cannot enter the jungle, this elephant can. So, the whole crew gets on the elephant's back to look for the elusive Khan. Riding on the back of an elephant is a less threatening way to approach a tiger than in a motor vehicle. An elephant can also pass through tight spaces in the jungle that cars cannot. Elephants are the only animals that tigers do not attack due to their impressive size. Now the crew is able to approach and observe the lifestyle of the tiger safely, without causing them to feel threatened. Wandering around the jungle on the elephant, the documentary crew is able to detect Khan's trail. After hours of searching, the crew finally finds Khan. To ensure that the crew and tiger avoid a dangerous confrontation, the cameraman keeps his distance while filming. Khan suddenly seems to have found some potential prey. The crew cautiously follows him. Khan carefully inspects the area. He's deciding whether to claim it as his own territory. Khan smells a tree to check for the scent of other tigers. If there is a rival tiger in the area, Khan can size up the competition by the height of the claw marks on the tree and by his scent. This is how tigers send signals to each other. Once the silent predator leaves the area, peace returns to the jungle. Deer tend to gather under trees where monkeys live. They can score an easy meal by eating the fruit that the monkeys drop. As deer and monkeys live so close to one another, they have developed a symbiotic relationship, which helps them both survive. Because monkeys live in the treetops, they can spot danger from further away than deer can. When the monkeys detect an approaching tiger, they will immediately sound the alarm by howling. The deer have learned over time that this howling sound is a warning of danger. Such alarm calls are a common occurrence in the animal kingdom. In turn, the deer rely on their keen sense of smell to detect tigers in their midst. And, thanks to the deer's ability to smell the tigers, the monkeys are able to safely roam around on the ground, among the grazing deer. The Tiger Task Force and documentary crew are told that a tigress has recently given birth to cubs, and so they wait. The tigers will need to come out to drink water. The tigress and her cubs appear. This makes the deer nervous. With cubs that are barely 2 months old in tow, the female tiger soaks her body in the water. Unlike lions, which avoid entering water, tigers like to take baths. During the hottest hours of the day, between 2 and 4 p.m., Tigers will drink water and immerse themselves in the available ponds to cool down. The tiger cubs are curious about their surroundings. While the tigers are relaxing lazily in the sun, the deer keep a watchful eye on them. Wrapping up their brief afternoon outing, the tigress returns to the jungle with her cubs. While tigers mostly live solitary lives, females spend time with their cubs as a family unit until they mature. For 2 years, the tigress will lovingly raise her cubs and prepare them to fend for themselves once they are grown. The mother tigress is stalking her prey. Warning calls emitted from frightened animals echo in the jungle. Two male spotted deer are fighting over who will lead the herd. This is a perfect hunting opportunity for the tiger. None of the deer have noticed the predator nearby. Treading silently, the tigress moves so that the wind does not carry her scent. She slowly closes the distance between herself and the herd of deer. One scout deer picks up the tiger's scent and sounds the alarm.
Every animal and bird has an alarm call to save its life and the life of its families. So the peacock has an alarm call for birds, but also for the tiger, where it goes pop, 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 and runs off. The spotted deer has an alarm call when it sees a tiger or a leopard, where it goes poof, poof, poof. So the whole valley knows that some animal is walking that is dangerous, that can bring harm on young deer, on big deer, telling all the deer that there is serious danger going on.
Even a skilled hunter like a tiger cannot always succeed in hunting down its prey due to the alarm calls that other animals make when alerted to its presence. But the sounding of alarm calls does not deter this tigress. She watches and waits for an opportunity to strike. Where there is water, there are animals that come to drink. Even the monkeys have come down for a drink. A family of wild boar also drink from the lake. Predators are attracted to this pond as it is full of prey. Both monkey and deer have registered its presence. The tiger approaches a sambar deer. It crouches low to the ground to avoid detection. Instinctively, a monkey sounds the alarm. Finally, the deer is alerted to the danger. This sort of interdependent relationship between animals has evolved over tens of thousands of years. Having been detected by the monkey, the tiger fails in its quest. To the tigers, vigilant monkeys are a big nuisance.
You have monkeys which will cough because they have the advantage on top of the trees. So they'll sit on the branches and see if they're tigers, leopards, and if they see them, they'll go. And this tells everybody how many animals dangerous are moving, how to keep out of their path. This is the language of the forest.
After failing to catch a deer due to the howling monkeys, the tiger turns its attention to finding fresh prey. It is not easy to find hunting opportunities, even for a tiger. Once the monkeys are certain that the tiger is gone, they come down from the trees to forage for food. They roam freely for the first time in a long while. Half submerged in the water, this tiger has been without food for days. It spots some of the pesky monkeys. As monkeys are good at detecting danger, the tiger moves with great care. This monkey hasn't spotted the tiger yet. The tiger seizes its opportunity. It climbs a tree in a flash and catches the monkey in its mouth. This time, the monkey could not escape the fleet-footed tiger. Even when animals are in the trees, they are still vulnerable to a tiger attack. Observing tigers in the wild requires patience. The tigress returns to her cubs after filling her starving belly with a monkey she caught. When the cubs see their mother, they clamber out of their den. Reunited with her cubs, this tigress looks nothing like the fierce Shere Khan depicted in the Jungle Book. Her ferocious instincts are subdued as she affectionately cuddles her cubs. Just like any other loving mother, she pours all of her energy into raising her young. A jackal enters a tiger's territory. It surveys the area to decide whether it can build a den here. It seems to sense the presence of the tiger. Trying to make a home in tiger country is quite dangerous. This female tiger is relaxing with a grown daughter, who lives nearby in another territory. They seem to be affectionate towards each other, but soon one of them must leave. The cubs are now almost fully grown, and their play turns rowdier.
They all are competing to find a new territory. So even cubs who become sub-adults, about 24, 28 months, they will fight each other to take the best territory which has the best food, the best deer. So because of this, there can be conflict between cub and mother, cub growing up and father. If he gets stronger than the father, he'll throw the father out, or two cubs, or a female and a female. They have to find the best home.
Once cubs mature, they prepare to live independently. They hone their hunting skills in these playful fights. This will later help them when they hunt on their own. The time has come for the tigers to part ways. These two brothers were close as cubs, but now the older one is acting aggressively towards his sibling. So, the younger one leaves. Leaving behind memories of their close relationship, this young tiger now embarks on a lone journey. This male sambar deer shows his interest in a female. Even though the female ignores the male continues to court her.
When a male animal and a female animal, like a spotted deer or a sambar deer, is in their mating period, we call it the rut, then they are obsessed with the female. So you forget everything else. So you make your calls, like the sambar in rut only goes, but the spotted deer makes a big noise. And if a tiger is around, he will be attracted. He has a greater chance of success because the animal is mating. He is focused on the female.
So, the tiger takes advantage of the deer's mating season to hunt them. The same male that pursued one female is now courting a different one. This angers the first female, who stands menacingly on her hind legs. The female was only pretending to ignore the male's overtures earlier. When the male shows interest in another doe, the first female that attracted the male becomes desperate. The most important events in life always coincide with a crisis. While the herd is distracted by mating rituals and jealous females, the tigress makes her approach. But alas, hunting does not always end in success. For the sake of her hungry cubs, the tigress cannot afford to fail again. She approaches more cautiously to make up for her earlier failure. She relies upon stealth. The tigress also positions herself directly upwind of the deer. Each step she takes is soundless. Not even the monkeys have spotted her. She waits patiently. Despite the late alarm call made by one monkey, the tigress is able to catch herself a deer. The difference between life and death in the jungle is often decided in a matter of seconds. Kana is the backdrop of the Jungle Book. The tigers we observed on the reserve were not just the fierce renegades depicted by Kipling. Here, we saw a tigress lovingly care for the cubs that would eventually leave her. Young tigers grew independent from their families as they matured. And the tigers showed themselves to be tenacious hunters that didn't let failures deter them from trying again. Their tenacity is the secret to their survival in the jungle.
When wildlife filmmakers set off, they expose themselves to odd transportation, to fierce animals, and dangerous underwater trips. Risk life and limb to capture amazing images. Watch some of the most exciting wildlife encounters ever captured on film. For motorists in Sweden, dangers lurk ahead. Big game crossing the road. Dangerous not just for car drivers. The brown bear takes this encounter in his stride. In the woods, bilberries and cranberries are ripening. They attract two-legged berry lovers as well, of course. This one only has eyes for tasty fruit. Cloudberries are particularly tasty. Engrossed in collecting these delicacies, he fails to notice the brown guy approaching. European brown bears may be less aggressive than their American relatives, the grizzlies, but retreat is still the wisest option. The bear pays no attention to the berry collector. He's more interested in another enticing snack, ants. Along with their protein-rich larvae, the insects provide a big part of the omnivore's diet. Fish is also at the top of the bear's list, but catching it proves quite a lot harder than licking up ants. Handy if you can get an angler to do your dirty work. The angler is the wildlife filmmaker Andreas Keeling. At first, he tries to save his supper, then decides that the wiser man gives in. The cunning and bold bear enjoys his easy catch. Andreas might not have had much luck fishing, but he's been really fortunate in getting these amazing images to take back home. Military training areas are playgrounds for big beasts. This tank is the best evidence of this. It's also said that beasts made of flesh and blood live here. Wolves. Wolf expert and wildlife filmmaker Sebastian Kerner has come to find out if this is true. On the exercise field in the middle of Germany, he sets up 2 video traps. Some curious wolf cubs do walk into the film traps. This is sensational. They are the first wild living wolves to be sighted here for 150 years. The cubs are still very playful, so no one will be scared of them. But how will people react when they are fully grown adults? The intelligent hunters are quick to learn that domestic animals are easier to catch than wild deer. The shepherd, Frank Neumeier, was one of the first people to experience this. He has sworn on keeping shepherd dogs ever since, but the shock runs deep.
Back in 2002, I found 27 sheep dead.
27?
Yes, they were spread all over 30 hectares.
How does that feel when you find 27 dead sheep?
Well, you're stunned. You can't imagine.
Wolf expert Sebastian knows that wolves keep their distance from humans. In order to get one in front of the lens, you have to have a stroke of good fortune. Federal Forest Ranger Jorn leads him and the journalist Tim Berendonk to a good spot. A total of 3 cameramen position themselves behind bushes. That should triple their chances of success. Quiet, up to now. The birds are sounding alarm. Was that something in the undergrowth?
There is something.
Looking around simultaneously, they want to find out.
Wolf, behind us. Sebastian can't see it. Can you try to film it? There's the wolf.
It's impossible for him to film, and neither Sebastian nor his colleague have noticed the noiseless animal. The guys in the hideout are tense with anticipation.
My God, it really is a wolf.
It's impossible to give Sebastian a sign. The wolf would disappear immediately. Then a second one appears.
There it is. The wolf. Can you see it? There. Yes. Awesome. My God.
Unbelievable.
Sebastian has spotted the young wolf too.
They've realized. They've noticed that something is moving, but they don't know what it is.
The young animals don't know what to make of this hairy monster. Suspicious, but determined, one of them gets closer to Sebastian.
The other one's disappeared into the woods. It's lost interest.
But this one won't give in so easily. His curiosity wins. He can sense something.
It can smell something, but doesn't know what it is. It's sniffing the air.
He's curious and a bit wary.
The young wolf is unsure what to do. On the one hand, he wants to know what this thing is in front of him. On the other hand, this creature could prove dangerous. He glances back and forth between Sebastian and the hideout. Then he too disappears noiselessly into the woods.
Oh boy.
Leaving the filmmakers thrilled with their find. South Africa, rich in biodiversity, this is El Dorado country for wildlife filmmakers. Thomas Behrendt is on the trail of a herd of elephants. Ranger Ashley Wormwood spots them first. Ashley drives full speed ahead. Quite a risky business on rough, sandy tracks. Time and again, they have to stop. Soon they meet the animal responsible for the roadblocks. Because the juiciest leaves are at the top, he fells the entire tree. Swiftly, Thomas and Ashley position the camera. While the elephant enjoys the fruits of its labor, the rest of the herd appears. It's playtime for the young ones. Fascinated, Thomas carries on filming the elephant youngsters, forgetting everything else around him. Ashley is an experienced guide and knows how to calm the elephants down. He's usually successful. today. Thomas doesn't have enough time to switch off the camera. They have to back off as quickly as possible. Wildlife filmmakers may want to get as close as possible to the protagonists of their film, but they don't want to disturb them, and they certainly don't want to provoke them.
Well done.
Thomas is pleased. Thanks to Ashley's foresight, no one has been hurt, and he's managed to capture beautiful images on film. It was thanks to Ashley's driving skills that they even managed to reach the herd in time, before it disappeared off into the impenetrable wilderness.
You've been driving like hell. Sometimes we need that, eh? That was really good, thank you. You've been driving very, very fast.
Black rhinoceros, the giants of the African savanna, and they are surprisingly quick and agile. This is something that wildlife filmmakers Christine and Uwe Anders have first-hand experience of. Mother rhinos in particular are easily irritated. They don't beat around the bush. One small consolation, their camera has remained intact. The gigantic female starts her threatening behavior again, and then turns away. The intruders have understood. In Pantanal, some of the largest wetland areas on Earth, filmmaker Christian Baumeister wants to film jaguars.
Jaguars have a close to perfect camouflage, so it's really hard to find them. So we have to go up and down many times on the river to just find one. Not an easy job at all.
To find a jaguar, you have to keep a lookout for their prey, capybaras. But the watchful rodents have noticed the big cat. Despite their alarm, the jaguar continues regardless. And catches an unexperienced young. Christian keeps a lookout for animal tracks, and he isn't disappointed.
That's amazing. That's very fresh jaguar tracks. We have been passing by this little beach 10 minutes ago, and there was nothing to see on the beach. And now we have these tracks here. So probably the jaguar is still around. So we have to be a little bit careful, because it can be dangerous.
Christian knows the risks he's taking. It is extremely dangerous to film jaguars in this wild environment.
As wildlife filmmakers, we are completely exposed. We very often have to walk through dense vegetation.
If you come face to face with a jaguar and it shows signs that it wants to attack, that's a very dangerous situation. In case you run, you're completely lost.
because it's a cat with powerful instincts and it will run behind you and will attack. That's exactly what happened in the last jaguar attack here in the Pantanal. There was a fisher boy, he was coming too close to the animal, suddenly he started running and the jaguar just went behind. So that's what you never should do.
Then Christian discovers a caiman. But the big cat was the first one to discover it. Christian is exhilarated. Capturing the two animals fighting has rarely been achieved up to now. Just how will the fight between the reptile and the perfect hunter end? Like daggers, the jaguar uses his sharp fangs to sever the caiman's vital nerves. The battle could have easily gone the other way. This time, it's a victory for the jaguar. The jaguar hides the 60-kilogram heavy caiman in the bushes in order to feast undisturbed. Christian's courageous jungle effort has proved worthwhile. He has breathtaking film material of rarely seen images to take home with him. The Amazon, life artery of the Brazilian rainforest. An unusual expedition, diving in the heart of the jungle. The wildlife filmmakers Joe Stevens and Florian Grainer are on the lookout for the rainforest's nocturnally active inhabitants. The sun sets fast close to the equator. Within an hour, it is pitch dark. The first animals begin to appear. Vampires, for example. At night, everything looks more mysterious underwater. Florian and Joe discover a gigantic suckermouth catfish. Although he looks rather frightening, the herbivore is in fact harmless. Then, suddenly,
piranhas, there they are.
Florian and Joe start panicking.
Piranhas again.
Piranhas are active during the day. The light must have attracted them.
That wasn't much fun. We were enjoying diving with catfish and so on, when all of a sudden a shiny-looking thing shoots through the water. It was a red-eye piranha. It circled us wildly a couple of times and bumped into my mask. Bang! It was 40 centimeters long and really heavy. And then he swam into Joe. That certainly gets you thinking.
The east coast of South Africa. A team of nature filmmakers are trying to find out how sharks, tunas, and whales track their prey. Sardines.
A whale!
How long will it take for the hunters to find the fish? The team want to attract them with frozen sardines. The bags full of bait are lowered into the water. While preparing, the divers take the opportunity for a last test.
Taucher 3, hörst du mich?
Diver 3, do you hear me? Diver 2, can you hear me? Thomas, do you hear me? Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
One of the divers grabs sardines out of the bait basket in order to squeeze the oil out. Straight away, the first shark appears. The man in charge of security senses danger.
Do you hear me?
Hallo Thomas.
Hello, Thomas. Are there sharks around?
No one reckoned with this. At a depth of 10 meters, there are plenty of sharks swimming around, drawn in by the scent of sardine oil. Blacktip sharks and bull sharks swim in close circles around the bait and divers. A precarious situation. Bull sharks belong to the species that most often pose a threat to humans. The filmmakers have no harpoon or any other weapon with them. They're relying on experience, but the situation becomes unpredictable. Suddenly, a surprising amount of air bubbles start rising to the surface. One of the divers is in trouble. He's taken off his mask and is sharing oxygen with a diving partner. But what happened?
Marco has to decompress, but has no oxygen bottle.
Okay.
What is the second?
What?
What is the second bottle?
I don't know what.
Ja, wir machen jetzt da einen dran.
Yes, we're connected.
Hectic on board.
Yeah.
You drive?
You make it ready and you drive. Come.
This much is certain. The diver must keep his depth in order to compensate for pressure, but his breathing mask is defective. The idea is to keep calm. Easier said than done when amongst bull sharks. This is not a practice run. Every move has to be spot on.
The box, Andreas. Take it and lift it, but slowly.
Thomas brings the oxygen bottle to his diving partner. Nerves on board are taut.
Are you okay, Marco?
Marco has made it. The accident happened because Marco's mask started letting water in, began to fill up. A dangerous situation, one that fortunately came to a good end. The hot and humid north coast of Australia. In summer, the temperatures rise daily over 30 degrees Celsius. This doesn't prevent wildlife filmmakers Toralf Grospitz and Jens Westphalen from setting off to find the rare Australian cassowary.
It's coming off.
In the tropical rainforest, they encounter one challenge after another.
There have been incredibly heavy rains upstream, and we ought to cross the river right here, but we're afraid to do so because over there our car could be washed away and then it would be gone, plus equipment, plus us. Also, there are lots of crocodiles, so we won't drive this way today.
Saltwater crocodiles are the largest living reptiles. They grow to lengths of over 6 meters. Jens and Toralf must be careful. The aggressive animals are lurking everywhere in the mangrove forests.
The saltwater crocodiles in the north of Australia are really dangerous. After seeing them in action, I believe it.
Saltwater crocodiles belong to the rare species that consider human beings their prey. This is a certainty. Bathing forbidden. At least it's not a good idea, and you shouldn't go close to the water.
Exactly.
Torov, come to me with your camera. Can you see it? Behind me there's a wild hog in the swamp. Perfect food for crocodiles.
Ideales Krokodilfutter.
After that I thought, if I'd been caught by this crocodile, I'd have been thrashed around in the same manner as the wild hog. It's incredible how fast they emerge out of the water. A tiny stimulus is all that's needed.
I'm really afraid of them, and everybody should be afraid of them. If not, it's dangerous.
But Jens and Toralf are still on the lookout for cassowaries. And because they have no other option, they have to cross the river where it's most dangerous.
There's the next river.
Doesn't look as bad as the last one.
Let's hope not. Are you sure we should cross it right here? Oh boy.
It's deeper than I thought.
Quite deep, my friend. Boy, the water is about to flood the car. Well done. Good.
And no problem. Go on.
In the huge North Australian woodlands, there are possibly only around 1,500 cassowaries left. Whoever wishes to track down the flightless bird has to know what they eat: large fruit.
Look, it's one of those fruits.
Cassowary chicks. However, this means red alert.
When a cassowary is leading his chick around, he will attack any intruder, including men.
We know about casualties with cassowaries. People have been killed. The birds have extremely sharp claws and strong legs. And if they feel threatened or cornered, they attack. Once a curious chicken approached me.
It wanted to know what kind of guys are sitting behind their cameras over there. Strange.
The male was not amused, and he came very close to us. They make a very deep sound, the same tone as if you were blowing into a bottle.
We felt quite uncomfortable, though. This was too close. The male was making those strange sounds.
Toralf stood up. He was behind me, armed with a stick. But the cassowary simply went away, and everything was okay.
Wrangel Island in East Siberia, 500 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle. Today, the uninhabited island is a nature reserve. Wildlife filmmaker Uwe Anders wants to film polar bears. Every day, he sets out to track them down. One of these days, he gets into a very risky situation.
We spotted a bear near the coast. He was about 2 kilometers away. But we wanted to get closer to it, to a distance of 1 kilometer. While approaching the bear, we wanted to hide from it, so we drove close to the steep coastline. You need to be very careful. Behind the next ridge, there might be another polar bear. And indeed, I spotted its shadow and was alarmed. At the same time, I'd already passed the ridge and was standing face to face with a big male. It weighed about 600 kilograms. The bear was just 4 or 5 meters away. Of course, I immediately hit the brake. And you think, what next? Never turn your back on a polar bear or move backwards, at least if you're on foot. It thinks, well, that thing's running away. It's alive. I can eat it. I was driving a quad, and that's a different situation. I backed up a little, but the bear followed me immediately. Its head went down, its paws went forward, and the bear came even closer. Of course, I hit the brake again. But what next? I sounded the horn. The bear backed up a little bit, but was still clearly interested in me. Wild Ranger Alyosha is very skilled with polar bears. As nimbly as a fox, he jumped off the quad and grabbed a piece of wood. Then he slowly headed for the polar bear, beating the ground with the stick. If a walrus is attacked by a polar bear, the walrus beats the ground with its long teeth. You imitate this behavior with the stick. It worked. Slowly but surely, the bear walked back to the ocean and swam away. A truly critical situation. It could have ended badly.
And there are a large number of very hungry polar bears on Wrangel Island. Luckily enough, in the 4 months that Uwe spends on the island, not a single accident occurs. Siberia. Far from civilization, frozen rivers serve as the best roads in winter. Oliver Goetzel and Ivo Nuremberg want to film reindeer and are trying to reach a herd via the river. But suddenly...
The snow scooter in front of us, crash. All of a sudden it fell into the ice and made a hole 2 meters deep.
Well, we're in the depths of Russia with our snowmobile stuck. Really, really stuck.
The accident cost the team valuable time. It is already dusk, and the night will be extremely cold. Surviving outdoors is impossible.
There were 3 kilometers left to go. We had 150 kilograms of luggage with us, so we attempted to get to this mountain hut. Only 2 steps later, it became obvious to us that we wouldn't survive that distance. We said, we'll pitch our, unfortunately, inadequate tent. Inadequate because we cut holes into it for our camera lenses. We'd then go inside and lie down at minus 30 degrees. The guide waved his hands frantically and said, no, we'll all die. He gave us those hand signals. We must reach this mountain hut at all costs. If not, we will die.
It was our first night outside at minus 30 degrees. We'd already experienced minus 15, but minus 30 was new to us.
Ivo and I didn't feel cold at all because we had really good sleeping bags, suitable for Arctic conditions. But our poor guide only had a very thin sleeping bag with him. So he lay between us. On top of that, we covered him with parkas so that he too would survive.
As the sun comes up, the men in their shared accommodation are thankful that they have survived the ordeal. A Siberian morning has its own challenges.
In the morning, Oliver wanted to get out of the tent, but he couldn't get into his shoes because they were completely frozen. I went to the campfire and then defrosted Oliver's shoes, so Oliver could finally get out of the tent and get his breakfast.
Unfortunately, the hard efforts went unrewarded.
There were absolutely no reindeer in this area. That was frustrating, of course.
Aerial shots in the Ural Mountains. Ivo and Oliver hope that at least these will work out. They can't foresee that the hot air balloon flight will nearly cost one of them his life.
Ballooning is the best method for taking aerial shots. Originally, we wanted to film the border between Asia and Europe. But unfortunately, the balloon proved unsuitable.
This balloon was quite cramped. I was filming in the direction of flight because you get the nicest pictures. Oliver had to face backwards. I was looking through an extremely wide-angle lens and wasn't able to check if we were getting too close to an object. Eventually, I saw a beautiful mountain approaching and thought the pilot would fly the balloon over its top. I was switching off the camera when we crashed into it, and then I blacked out.
He flew over the camera and hit the ground. Then his leg got tangled up in one of the ropes. Ivo was dragged over the stones, over the mountain ridge, and bashed up by the balloon basket. When I woke up, I saw Ivo was 150 meters away already, and we were 100 meters up in the air. The rope had luckily untangled on its own.
After I woke up, I realized that I was alone, with the balloon 200 meters away. I saw them waving their hands.
Ivo, are you okay? But then, nothing. He moved from the right to the left once, but that was it. It looked like his final convulsions. There were big stones everywhere. We'd been dragged around these dangerous obstacles in a slalom-like way.
There is one nice X-ray from Hamburg of my shoulder blade, with all these fragments scattered around. It looked like an explosion.
He was incredibly lucky.
The vast Russian skies have been merciful this time. An atmosphere of doom on New Britannia. Hot ash clouds from the volcano Tavovur have burnt the South Sea island. Nevertheless, the expedition photographer Ulla Lohmann and Taupe Wutap, an island inhabitant, set off. The two of them have visited Tavovur before. Volcanoes are Ulla's passion. The volcano has been continuously active since 1994. Ever since then, kilometer-high ash clouds have hung over its vent. Right after their arrival, Tavovur exhales a hellish breath. Every inch of skin starts itching.
What a nice welcome. It's raining. Acid rain and ash. It stings my eyes, my skin. It's itching all over.
The sulfur gases that the volcano produces, combined with rainwater, create sulfurous acid rain.
Most of the time the weather is nice. But this ashfall? No.
Powerful forces rumble beneath Ulla's feet. When she was here for the first time years ago, the trees were green.
Looks like a ghost forest. Everything's dead.
One eruption after the next shakes the island.
This sound is everywhere. I can feel the ground shaking. Those blocks are as big as cars. It starts right now. Those bombs are flying around everywhere. Unbelievable! There is a bird of prey flying in the midst of those bombs.
It's a Brahmini kite.
It is flying in the midst of the raining bombs.
The bird will hardly find any prey on the slopes of the volcano, but who other than he dares to fly between red-hot rocks?
You can see how hot they are. They drag a tail behind them. Incredible! So many eruptions. I can't believe it. What a sight. An apocalyptic atmosphere, as if a mushroom cloud were rising.
What looked threatening during the daytime looks like fireworks at night.
Sheer madness. It's sending huge lumps of lava flying. That's my favorite picture. Fantastic. The whole mountain is on fire, full of lumps of lava. What a wonderful picture.
Then the party really gets going. That was just a taste of what was to happen the following night.
The volcano erupted. 3:30 a.m. The whole mountain exploded. The bombs flew to our base camp.
The red-hot stones from deep inside the earth are deadly. Torpor, in particular, was very fortunate.
We were fast asleep, and suddenly it blows up, and then we didn't even know what to blow, and then we just wake up and start running. I was running over to the toilet, and I fell down, and the big one fell in front of me, and I fell at the bed, and the other one on the side of me. I didn't feel I didn't touch them, but I feel the heat of the stone.
As fascinating as fire-spitting mountains may be, a love story with a volcano does not always have such a happy ending. In the Mediterranean, wildlife filmmaker Thomas Behrendt and sperm whale expert Alexandros Francis set off to the waters near Greece. Here they want to find the largest predatory animal on the planet. A large group of female whales surfaces in front of them.
Thomas, it may be nice. Prepare yourself. When you are ready, you let me know.
Thomas has no idea what is waiting for him. From the boat, no one can see what is happening beneath the surface of the water.
I've been waiting weeks for this moment. The whales have never been so close to our boat. and never so many of them.
in solch einer großen Menge zu sein.
I really want to get closer to them.
Einfach nur näher ran an die Tiere.
The female whales are busy. They don't need onlookers. Unnoticed by the team, a baby sperm whale has just been born. Out of sheer curiosity, it swims towards Thomas. Mother and aunt are not taking this. Time to threaten the intruder. On the one hand, they have to help the baby whale reach the water's surface to breathe. On the other hand, they have to scare away possible enemies. Another aunt hurries to the mother's rescue. Thomas stares into rows of sharp, finger-long teeth.
Come on the boat, quickly!
Thomas swims for his life.
Straight forward, now!
Several sperm whales take up the chase. They are about a meter away from him.
Come closer to the boat! Here!
Any second now, they could bite him.
Inside the boat!
Quick, help him out of the water.
While Thomas is being pulled out of the water, his camera continues filming.
The drift carried us towards the whales. By coincidence, close to the baby. It was really dangerous. She already had her jaws around my leg. Who would have thought that this would be so dangerous?
Can you see the newborn that has the fin?
Yes, yes, yes.
In the middle, they are protecting it.
Yeah.
The newly born whale can't swim on its own. Its fins are too soft and flexible.
Da ist es.
There it is,
Genau
between the
zwischen den
two
beiden
adults.
Älteren dort. Mit der
It's
schuppigen
all
Haut.
wrinkly,
Noch keine
only
10
10 minutes
alt.
old.
Ist ja klar, was müssen
It's
die
clear what they
gedacht
must have
haben. Genau
thought.
in dem Moment,
While a baby's being born, I appear.
wird ein Kind
They think I
geboren.
want to attack the
Kein
newborn.
Wunder, dass die gedacht haben, ich will das Baby angreifen.
Thomas feels guilty about disturbing the whales. But to everyone's delight, the sperm whale baby is fine.
Quick, the camera!
Alexandros is thrilled. It's taken over 10 years of research into sperm whales to witness a moment like this.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It was really, really...
I don't believe it. It's diving towards the boat.
This whale baby is particularly curious.
It really looks for support, huh, Alexandra?
The life of wildlife filmmakers is full of uncontrollable dangers, but also breathtaking experiences like these. And what could be more exciting than the nature of our planet?
The Alpine mountains of Scandinavia. It's an unforgiving environment where the harsh winter creates a seemingly lifeless void of ice and snow. But one small creature beats the odds, and every few years it emerges unexpectedly from under the snow and becomes a social media sensation.
I want to get me a lemming.
The Norway lemming might just be the most famous and misunderstood animal in this part of the world. And for all it knows, it's a ferocious rodent with a killer instinct. No doubt in the Nordic mountains, the lemming is the little giant. Then the lemmings are gone. Seasons pass without any sign of them. So where do they go? And when will they reappear? Stretching 1,700 kilometers across Norway and Sweden, the Scandinavian Alpine region is a world created by the glaciers of the last ice age. Straddling the Arctic Circle, this is a land defined by ice and snow, where winter reigns for most of the year. Winter temperatures can plunge below -40 Celsius, immobilizing the water by nature's own sculpting craft. Harsh enough to impede most life. Still, this is where we find some of the world's oldest trees, with roots and clones almost 10,000 years old. But if life above the snow is a challenge, life beneath is a different story. Lemmings. The Norway lemming is a small rodent that lives only in Scandinavia. During winter, it feeds on mosses under the snow. And while they're mostly solitary animals, winter circumstances often force them to congregate. Under a warming blanket of snow, they find refuge from the weather and potential predators. As tension grows in cramped quarters, some young males get the urge to take a daring hike. In hopes of finding a welcoming female around the corner. The young male is quick on the draw and leaves nothing to chance. But he soon finds he wasn't invited to the party. The lemmings build up their populations quietly under the snow. In some years, their numbers can explode. And this is what helped create the myth about lemmings that lives on unabated. Just why the lemming population peaks every 4th year or so is still a bit of a mystery. But when it happens, it sets the scene for a spectacular lemming year in the Nordic tundra. The raven is ever present in this environment, tolerating the freezing temperatures with ease. The red fox, however, has benefited from climate change, expanding its territories from the forests to the tundra at higher altitudes. The red fox's intrusion into this land has made it a player in the realm of the lemming. When the sun returns, temperatures rise, while foxes and ravens await the next chapter in the lemming story. And this next chapter brings one more player to the surface. The Arctic fox. Having survived here since the Ice Age, the Arctic fox now faces regional extinction. there are only 300 to 400 adult Arctic foxes left in Scandinavia. Subsisting mostly on lemmings, it has suffered from a lack of prey for decades. Good lemming years have become rare, but hopefully this year will be different. But she won't go hunting just yet. It's too dangerous to be exposed to predators in broad daylight. Instead, she relies on a stash of lemmings she caught earlier, now hidden in a natural fridge close to her den. Even in a year with a sparse lemming population, her survival chances are good. But for her potential offspring, a good lemming year is a must. If she's lucky, as many as a dozen pups can be born and survive. In a bad year with few rodents, it can be a total loss. Most other animals leave these mountains in the autumn, migrating to the forests at lower altitudes. Despite the enchanting beauty, the taiga forest can still be a forbidding place. Reindeer spend the winter here. Grazing now means finding the right forest, because their food hangs from the trees, lichen. Lichen is their winter staple, but finding it is no easy feat, because it's cold and the reindeer need to eat a lot. The food is sparse, and sometimes hard to reach. Their hooves are like shovels that can lay the ground bare and allow the reindeer to reach the lichen under the snow. For the much taller moose, deep snow is no obstacle. Feeding on needles and twigs, their food supply is more abundant. Still, it's a trying time for all, and they can face starvation and death at any time. In the twilight darkness of the long winter nights, a phantom of the forest benefits from the spoils of winter. The elusive wolverine is a bad hunter, but a very effective scavenger. It will return to this reindeer carcass many times. After months of low light, the sun climbs higher in the sky, and its signals change. Deep in the genes of many species, evolving over thousands of years, the light triggers an urge to move. Scandinavian reindeer are semi-domesticated. For most of the year, they live as wild animals in the vast expanses of the north. But for the spring migration back to the alpine highlands, they are herded by their owners, the Sami, the indigenous people of the north. Reindeer husbandry dates back hundreds of years. The knowledge is passed from generation to generation. They follow ancient migration routes over frozen rivers and lakes for hundreds of kilometers. It's a long trek. It can take up to 2 weeks to reach the mountains. And the Sami must time the migration just right. Early enough so the river ice is still thick enough to travel on, but late enough so the pastures are bare when they arrive in the faraway highlands. The bonds of winter are finally fully broken. When the thaw starts, the ground is still frozen. Water saturates the land, creating a patchwork of streams, temporary ponds, and wetlands. It's a disaster for the confused lemmings. The protective roof of snow is gone, exposing them to predators. They're desperate to seek new shelter, but they also must deal with the water on the flooded tundra. On the search for new territory, their movement in the spring sparked a popular myth that this was a mass exodus. This is most likely not true. What people have seen has been exaggerated. Of course, they don't intend to kill themselves. This is simply their migratory behavior. Lemmings on the move need to cross bodies of water, not to commit suicide, but just to get to the other side. Lemmings are good swimmers. Their fur holds a lot of air, keeping them buoyant. Of course, some will fail. And again, this feeds the myth of the suicidal lemming. Having survived one nightmare, the lemmings soon come face to face with another. The long-tailed skua. This master flyer has spent the winter near the South Polar region, on the other side of the world. Now, it must find nesting ground to continue its life cycle during a very short summer period. They're out on a scouting flight. If there's enough food, which means enough lemmings, they will stay. If not, they'll depart and come looking again next year. The hunt is on, and it's shaping up to be a good lemming year. The red fox is getting wind of this too, and it scours the land in search of food, venturing higher up in the mountains, to areas where it was scarce in the past. This time, the long-tailed skua is the successful hunter. But the skuas are not real raptors. They lack the talons and beaks of birds of prey. Devouring a lemming becomes hard work, and the couple teams up to dismember the prey. Working together creates a strong bond before the start of the nesting season. Thawing is a process lasting weeks and months, well into the summer. the rivers roam free again, becoming a majestic force of the north. Moose also migrate back to the highlands. But unlike the reindeer that team up with the Sami people, they must find their way by themselves. The swollen, icy rivers look quite threatening. The moose use age-old shallow crossings, where many generations of moose have made it safely to the other side. Still, it's no easy decision. They're good swimmers, but the strong current could easily sweep them away. Safely across, they continue. The increased water flow of the millions of creeks running down from the hillsides sends signals downstream. It's an open invitation to fish waiting to perform their annual upstream migration. It's been 4 years since this grayling hatched in this small brook. For the first time in its life, it returns to spawn. But it will not come alone, and competition for the best territory and the most fertile females will incite conflict. Males arrive first in large numbers, and with their dorsal fins turned red, they signal they are prepared to attract the females and defend their chosen underwater territory. And the battles are quite fierce. A few days later, the females swim into the area. This is what the males with the red fins were waiting for. The couples look for a bottom substrate where the females can easily deliver their eggs. Initially used to flash down a partner, the dorsal fins are then used to brace receptive females during release of milt and roe. A female can produce as many as 20,000 eggs, but it will be a few weeks before they hatch, and several more weeks before the offspring too swim downstream. The graylings only stay here to mate, and after only a few days, the adults retreat to the lakes and big rivers. The reindeer are still on the move towards the alpine meadows. But before leaving the birch forest, they use its scant protection to give birth close to the tree line. With predators lurking nearby, it's imperative that the calf gets up on its legs immediately. But it's not that easy. Once on its feet, it can also start suckling. Reindeer calves are usually single births. Within a few days, the herd must be on the move again, with the small ones floundering around. The reindeer follow their instincts as pastures open up in their higher mountain areas. It's hard to believe that the little giants of these mountains, the lemmings, play a significant role in the lives of the reindeer, but they do. With the snow melting away, their bustling activity under it has left unmistakable evidence of their presence. The droppings of the ever-hungry rodents cover large patches of the tundra that's otherwise poor in nutrients. The added fertilizer will possibly increase plant growth to the benefit of the reindeer and other grazing animals. Finally, the reindeer calves have reached the summer pastures for the first time. It's still early, and food is scarce. The reindeer must rely on lichen until green plants start to grow. This is a dangerous time for the calves. Out in the open, they're in the predator's sights. For the golden eagle, a young calf is easy prey. There is safety in the herd. Falling behind is a deadly mistake. Up to 50% of the reindeer calves may die in the first 2 months of their lives. The majority of them fall prey to the different predators that rule this land. Summer is here. North of the Arctic Circle, the sun shines 24 hours a day now. Plants and animals make the most of the short season, especially the busy lemmings, whose lifespan is only about 2 years. They stay active around the clock, grazing as much as they can between short periods of sleep. They don't dig their own burrows, but create cozy nests in cracks and holes. Soon the reproductive frenzy is in full swing. A female lemming can give birth to as many as 12 young ones in a brood. The babies are born blind and furless. They grow quickly on the milk provided by their busy mother. The youngsters leave their nest after only 2 weeks and may already reproduce before they're 1 month old. Conditions are favorable. The population grows quickly and the female can become pregnant again. The next litter could be due in 3 to 4 weeks. After the simple diet of mosses through the winter, fresh grass is a real treat. With thousands and thousands of nests scattered over the tundra, the population literally explodes. And so the story repeats itself, in a good year, perhaps with 6 litters. Nearby, another animal broadcasts its own Fox News. The message? Life is good for the Arctic fox this year. The female heads out on a hunt. The Arctic fox appears in different color varieties. Some, like this female, are very dark. She will turn as white as snow in the winter. Around the den, there are obvious signs that this is a good year for the foxes. The large number of lemmings has given the Arctic fox a chance to reproduce. They have 6 healthy pups. Not an extraordinary number, but it's good for a species that has been on the verge of extinction in Scandinavia for many decades. In a bad lemming year, almost all of the pups may die. But for now, it looks promising. The den is a burrow with a maze of tunnels under the ground. The site can be very old, with generations of Arctic foxes making it their home. Some believe this Arctic fox castle may have been occupied for hundreds of years. For the bravest pups, it's time to explore the surroundings. Oops, what's this? Cold water is a bit of a surprise for this pup. And worse, now he's stuck alone on the wrong side of the creek. But they learn from their mistakes, and the pup finds a safer and drier way back to the den. The Arctic fox den is greener than its surroundings because the animals fertilize the soil with their waste and the carcasses of their prey. Thanks to the masses of lemmings this year, life flourishes on the vast tundra. With plenty of food available, the long-tailed skua has decided to breed this summer. The young have already hatched. When a pale brown color Arctic fox cruises the area, the chicks could be in danger. The mother signals to the bigger chick to leave the nest. It's safer to hide nearby. But the skua is a fierce fighter. And this time, the fox loses the battle. The youngest one-day-old chick is still in the nest, and the female quickly covers it against the cold wind. The older chick has ventured out into the surrounding area. Perhaps the next day, his sibling too will leave the nest, and they will disperse. Their parents will still feed them for several weeks in the undergrowth. This behavior can increase their chance of survival. This time, the mother still wants him back. And of course, the older chick still prefers the warm protection under Mama's wing, and to be the first to get food when it's delivered. They feed on lemmings when they're available, but they're not picky and will devour other small animals, fish, insects, and even berries. At last, summer is in full swing in the Scandinavian mountains. While the reindeer have migrated up to the tundra, The moose prefer to stay in the wooded areas, where they find plenty of food. In the middle of the summer, flowers blossom and insects are abundant. And the lemmings just keep doing what they always do: eat and breed. Summer temperatures can climb above a balmy 25 degrees Celsius. For the reindeer, this is too much, and they often seek cooling shelter on the remaining snowfields, where they also escape mosquitoes. The male Arctic fox returns to the den. The pups eagerly await his return, growing fast and constantly hungry. They beg for food, but this time, there's nothing to be had. The male seems more annoyed by the attention. This is the result of not trying harder with the skewers. But there is still hope. The female returns. And her hunting went a lot better. She's got a mouthful of lemmings. A good lemming year with successful reproduction gives this threatened species a new lease of life. The male heads out for another try. Maybe this time he'll be lucky. The pups are almost as big as the female now, and with nasty bites, she warns them that they'll have to leave the den someday soon. Lemmings are now emerging everywhere. They seem to occupy every available crack. With their perfect camouflage, they look like tiny living rocks on the run. And indeed, they are on the move, looking for more available territory and new partners. The new generation is out and hungry. They eat a lot. The growing lemming population eventually eats all the food they need for their survival. Available food, rather than the abundance of predators, could be the reason for their psychical appearance. And this could be one explanation for the mythological migration of lemmings. But it's not a total myth. Lemmings do migrate, and moving down to lower elevations near the tree line gives them a better chance of survival. Food is still abundant here, and a first wave of lemmings is already coming. In years when their numbers explode, there can be as many as 150 lemmings in an area the size of a football pitch. With the population density so high, lemmings defend their turf. Don't mess with a stressed-out pregnant mum. This is her territory now. This is some of the last true wilderness in Europe. With most of the land far away from population centers, the threat to the region is of a different kind. Climate change is the new culprit. Glaciers are retreating, leaving land bare for the first time in thousands of years. With the temperature changes, the present tundra will no longer be a barren land above the tree line. Forests are already on the move, with tall spruce trees climbing ever higher. And the warmth allows for one special, individual tree to finally reach for the sky. It's a single Norway spruce, famously known as Old Chico. It started growing nearly 10,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age. Over the millennia, it survived by creeping along the ground, not sending a tree shoot above the snow, where chilly winds would kill it. Clones have covered large areas, with the original root system still intact. Today, Old Chico is a monument of changing times to come. Lemming populations used to peak every 4 years. Today, these peaks are fewer and further apart. Even slight changes in climate have a drastic impact on animals living here. Some will benefit. Some will suffer. It looks like the lemming could be in for a rough ride. The peak summer season ends in August. The reindeer have begun to rut, with the big bull controlling his harem of females. He must defend all flanks, preventing females from straying too far and keeping younger bulls at bay. It's work around the clock. And a very exhausting exercise. But don't be fooled. He's fully aware of what's going on around him. Young bulls engage in fighting, preparing themselves to take on the real heavyweight champion. But for now, there's no doubt who the champ is here. That settled, back to business. The autumn brings another change to the mountains. When the green chlorophyll in the leaves of deciduous trees breaks down and disappears, the remaining reds and yellows dominate for a short period of time. In peak years, with food resources depleted, the lemmings migrate even further down the slopes and deep into the forests. No doubt there is more food for them there. Feeding mostly on mosses, they will find grass, sedge and seeds in abundance. But they will soon also realize they have competitors. Wood lemmings, a close relative, one of the rodents to contend with. This is the queen of lemmings, ruling in a matriarchal society where as many as 75% of lemmings are females. And some of the females give birth only to females. When their population increases, they too can face starvation, which forces them to migrate. And under those circumstances, the pressure from invading relatives is another threat. The Norway lemmings desperately try to settle down, but this is a strange, unknown world for them. Everything looks so different. What starts out as a friendly encounter with their cousins soon turns hostile. The much larger Norway lemming could easily kill the wood lemming. But such occasions are few and far between. Now, this is different. This is an animal that can kill both. The lemmings share this forest with the brown bear. But in the autumn, the bear prepares for hibernation and is focused on gorging itself on berries. In fact, it's so focused, it doesn't even notice there are other, much smaller critters around. It's been a good year for the Norway lemmings, and for the animals that feed on them. But for all the lemmings that came this far from the tundra, this is also the end of the road. Outside their primary range, they face more predators, more challenges, and the forest that fed them now becomes their graveyard. In lemming years, the masses of exhausted lemmings fall victim to disease and the dangerous crossing of rivers and lakes. Maybe it's images like this that fed the old myth about lemmings committing suicide. But the truth is simpler than that. It's just a tough environment, and circumstances take their toll. And the lemming year has come to an end. The very few surviving lemmings now depend on a good winter, with plenty of snow to create the protective layer of insulation. Now the days are short, with shadows growing longer and longer, as the region close to the Arctic Circle settles in for the long winter night. With solar particles hitting the Earth's magnetic field close to the North Pole, the solar wind brightens the sky with the lights of the aurora borealis. Even if reindeer are semi-domesticated, it's their natural instinct to move that sets off the migration. They stay at higher altitudes as long as they find food. But for their survival, they need to find winter pastures. It's another long migration, and the Sami families will work together to bring the herd to safety during the short daylight hours, down to the lowland forests. The Scandinavian Alpine region now looks desolate and devoid of animals. If conditions allow, it can take 3 to 4 years until the lemmings build up their population again. And the stage is set for a new drama. The red fox has become the latest intruder in the Nordic mountain landscape. Climate change has opened the door to them. A reindeer carcass becomes an important source of food for the scavenging red fox, and for the crow, who dares to challenge the fox for the prize. A reindeer carcass like this one provides an extremely rare feeding opportunity, but it doesn't last long. Now that the lemmings are gone, food abundance is over. The red fox must find more to eat to make it through the brutal winter. And now a new battle is playing out. The red fox is challenging its relative, which has reigned supreme on the tundra. Twice its size, it easily kills an Arctic fox. Maybe outsmarting the red fox on one occasion will save this particular Arctic fox. But the reality of climate change favors the red fox. It can now venture into lands that used to be out of range. It will outcompete on all fronts. For food, taking over dens, and killing Arctic foxes and their cubs. Lemmings must also adapt to the changing climate. And maybe still, somewhere under the blanket of snow, the last lemmings survive. Humans will not detect their presence until the next good lemming year. But the lemming couldn't care less about the people above it. In its world, it is still the little giant of the north.
From master builders to interior decorators, bulldozers and giant excavators, wildlife are the architects of engineering marvels. Indeed, what we call the wilderness is the home of billions of highly organized workers. For far longer than humans, and often on a much grander scale, animals have transformed our world. In this episode, works of monumental achievement are constructed by the engineers of animal empires. Many hands make light work, and there's always safety in numbers. Yet a crowd can also attract the wrong kind of attention. In the vast empires built by wild workers. The largest built structure on Earth is not made by humans. So enormous it can be seen from space, the Great Barrier Reef is one of nature's greatest wonders. Constructed by tiny corals, it is 2,300 kilometers long, and at its widest, 240 kilometers across. Home to one of the most complex communities on the planet. Visited by the ocean's most impressive animals. The coral structures we can see are made of limestone. Hidden inside are thousands of very hard-working little animals called coral polyps. They extract calcium and carbon from the water and use it to build their fortresses. Protection from the outside world. The most industrious among them expand their structure by 10 centimeters a year. Not much on its own, but with billions of coral working together over 500,000 years, they've constructed an empire. On a scale that is almost impossible to comprehend. Most animal empires begin with an individual or family home before expanding into something much bigger. In North America, prairie dogs belong to close-knit family groups. A dominant male, several females, and their offspring all live under the one roof. The entrance to their home is adorned with a volcano-shaped dome. But inside is where things really get interesting. Spread over around 30 meters of tunneling are sleeping quarters. Storerooms. Inbuilt ventilation holes and escape hatches. Some chambers even have ensuite bathrooms and high-tech anti-flooding installations. Prairie dogs are house-proud and spend a lot of their time on maintenance and DIY improvements. In the process, each family loosens and fertilizes nearly 6 tons of hard-baked soil. Some are a little more fanatical than others. The family also mows the grass surrounding their burrow into a perfectly manicured lawn. Combined with their fertilized soil, the results are stunning and draw in bison and other grazers who benefit from the more digestible cropped grass. The family rarely wanders beyond the confines of their childhood home until the young males are ready to start their own family and head out to build a new home. They quickly enter a competitive real estate market. Several hundred prairie dogs live together in a giant network of burrows called a town, which can extend over 600,000 hectares. The biggest town is home to 4 million homemakers. There are so many tunnels, not all can be regularly maintained. That's when the squatters begin to move in. Burrowing owls and toads, skunks and stoats, and mice in their thousands. What the prairie dogs designed as their perfect hideaway has turned into a refuge for freeloaders, whether they like it or not. Some rather unsavory characters have also moved into the growing neighborhood, like dangerous badgers and coyotes who prey on the rest of the town's inhabitants. To cope, the prairie dogs have set up a neighborhood watch. Each tunnel entrance serves as a watchtower, and family members take turns on guard duty. When a hawk appears on the horizon, everyone hears the alarm and heads for cover. However, not all the alarms are the same. Prairie dogs have different calls for different threats. A badger can dig up burrows, so hiding underground is of no use. Instead, the prairie dogs cautiously monitor his movements, alerting all to his presence. They can even describe the predator's shape, size, and speed. In fact, prairie dogs have one of the most complex languages ever studied, possibly because, as town planners, they have created an obvious target for predators. Wherever animals join together in large communities, hunters seek them out. Bee-eaters try to get the jump on would-be intruders by constructing their homes in hard-to-reach places. Like a medieval castle, their burrows are built where there are natural defenses. The cliff's vertical drop is a deterrent for lizards, snakes, and even other birds hoping to besiege the colony. So the bee-eaters are free to take turns ferrying food back to their chicks. and making house repairs. The bee-eater is one of the few burrowing birds in the world. They use their bills to loosen the soil, then flick the debris out with their short legs. Each nest is about 1.5 meters long and requires the excavation of around 13 kilos of dirt. Together, the whole colony is like a block of high-rise apartments, with up to 500 hollow nests crammed together in just a 100-meter stretch of cliff face. There are lots of noisy neighbors on the lookout for trouble. Building nests together is a clever defensive strategy used by around 13% of bird species worldwide. In some cases, the numbers alone are so overwhelming, no other defenses are necessary. Black-browed albatross construct giant colonies on the Falkland Islands in the South Atlantic, one of the few tracts of land available for nesting this far south. Pairs mate for life, and each year they return to the same colony they were born in to raise a single chick. Their offspring is nestled 0.5 meter off the ground in a solid nest made of mud and guano. Reinforced with grass roots and stems, they're strong enough to withstand the fierce storms of the South Atlantic. Across the islands, the nests are the foundation of a number of permanent cities that 1 million albatross and their chicks take up residence in each year. The cities also attract southern rockhopper penguins, who try to cram into any available nooks and crannies. Marauding caracara patrol the periphery of the colony. To avoid the hunters, the birds pack tightly together in the center of the rookery, where the odds of survival are higher. Here, space is at a premium, although the shared living quarters can sometimes get a little messy. Putting up with the chaos is worth the effort, however. With far too many targets for all the predators to take on, the majority of chicks will remain safe until they fledge. Following the flock provides protection. But when animal cities become overcrowded, competition can heat up amongst the residents. In Australia, up to 100,000 pelicans can travel en masse from the coast into the arid heart of the country to breed. Their destination is one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. Lake Eyre, one of the biggest salt pans in the world. The salt is 0.5 meter thick and it's blistering hot. Yet every decade or so, the salt pan floods, forming the biggest lake in Australia. It's a mystery how the pelicans know when to come. Yet every flood year, they form an enormous colony. In bumper years, it comprises a third of Australia's entire pelican population. As soon as they arrive, nest construction begins. They might have only weeks until the water dries up, so there's no time to lose. Males are in charge of collecting building materials for the nest. While the female guards her chosen brood site. Out here, there isn't much vegetation to go around, so it's a competitive game. Even a few blades of grass must be fiercely protected. Pelicans have the longest bill of any bird in the world. Good for snatching and grabbing. It's tiring work making your way past all the pickpockets. At last. For now, it's a struggle to compete in such a crowded city. But soon the chicks will hatch, and this pop-up outback colony will disappear as the pelicans disperse, leaving behind only the nests the males have fought to create. Other animals build more permanent structures, laying the foundations for some of the world's greatest empires. Gomantong Hill in Borneo is punctured by a series of enormous caves. Home to one of the largest colonies in the world of bats. Safe from predators in the deep recesses of the cave, they cling to the roof in their thousands. It's thought 1 million bats make their home here. Most of them are wrinkle-lipped bats, barely the size of a mouse. Yet together, they're capable of carving stone. And they do it just by breathing. Bats exhale giant amounts of carbon dioxide each day. It reacts with water to form an acid that eats through solid rock. The decomposition of the massive pile of their droppings also dissolves the cave floor. Over 2 million years, bats have constructed the cathedral-sized caverns in which they now live, doubling the size of their dark abode. Now, other cave specialists have moved into the renovated dwellings. swiftlets roost in barely their nests they construct from their own saliva. Downstairs, an army of cockroaches makes a good living from bat droppings and the corpses. As the light begins to fade, the swiftlets return to their nests to sleep, and the bats begin to stir. While they're safe in the cave during the day, they must leave each night to hunt for insects. But outside, danger awaits. Hawks, eagles, and kites know the home address of the bats, and they gather at the cave's entrance on dusk, prepared for battle. The bats marshal together at the city gates into giant swarms. Defensive swirls, thousands strong. Then they make a break for it. As many as 14,000 bats a minute stream out of the cave. Beyond its protection, they have only each other for safety. The birds pick off the slowest flyers, and in doing so, actually service the bat colony. The sacrifice of a few ensures the community remains healthy and free of disease. So that bats will always continue to live in the dark underworld they have helped create. When predators are removed from the equation, animal empires are at risk of running rampant and can cause more harm than good. Although natives of Europe, rabbits were introduced into Australia in the 1800s. They were a Christmas present to make European settlers feel more at home. At first, there were only a handful. But they quickly built an empire that would stretch over 70% of the continent. Rabbits construct underground houses called warrens. And these became strongholds from which they launched their invasion. Native predators like the wedge-tailed eagle hunt the intruders. However, they can't keep up with the influx of enemy troops. Most of Australia's animals raise a maximum of 3 joeys a year. Rabbits can pop out 25 kittens in the same time. Overwhelming numbers swelling a population that is spread out of control. So desperate were Australians to try and contain this imperial overstretch, they constructed the world's longest fence to try to curb the rabbits' advance. Stretching over 5,500 kilometers, it failed nonetheless. Rabbits now number in their billions and are eating animals such as the kangaroo out of house and home. Unchecked by predators, this animal empire has helped turn great swathes of the Australian outback into a dust bowl. When animals join together to build giant colonies, their impact can be extraordinary. Surprisingly, the empires which have the biggest footprint are constructed by some of the tiniest workers. Ants control every millimeter of the Earth's surface wherever they live, which is most places. These big-headed ants are working in a production line to harvest the seeds of an everlasting daisy, which the ants feed on. Only the worker ants in the colony do the hard labor, as beefed-up guards watch on from the nest entrance. The workers are sterile, and their entire focus is on providing for their queen, who is housed in a giant nest below ground. Very few animal cities in the world have such a highly specialized workforce. Where individuals change their size and shape to suit their function in society. With each ant perfectly suited to its role in the production line, the colony can harvest enormous amounts of flowers. Working as a team, ants are capable of moving more earth than earthworms, clearing away dead animals to reduce the spread of disease, and harvesting more plants than all other herbivores combined. For ants might be small, but they are prolific. In most environments, if the weight of all of the animals was added together, ants would make up 1/5 of the total. Combined with their ability to work together as a seamless unit, it's a formula for world domination. The most powerful and aggressive ants of all are able to double the size of their empires from one day to the next. They are pirates, and the day begins with a raiding party. Called slave maker ants, they are targeting a colony of another species of ant, nesting beneath a log. Distinguished by their black-striped abdomen, the besieged Formica ants raise the alarm by releasing a pheromone, the chemical equivalent of a warning siren. It is also toxic and used to attack the invading slave maker queen, heart of the slave maker colony. Overwhelmed, the queen goes limp, and the Formica ants carry her body deep into their nest. But this is just what she's been waiting for. It's a trap. Slave maker ants are immune to the Formica's pheromones, and the invading queen is unharmed. As soon as she's in reach of her rival, the queen of the Formica ants, the slave maker ruler springs back to life and attacks her enemy. It's a brutal assault which smears the Formica queen's scent all over her attacker. By assuming her foe's chemical identity, the slave maker queen can control the entire Formica colony. She has enslaved the nest, and her new servants immediately begin grooming her and tending to her every need. Meanwhile, the slave maker troops begin ferrying the Formica eggs back to their own nest. Some will be eaten, but most will hatch and become slaves to their captors. One colony of slave maker ants has now expanded into 2, and there will be more to come. The slave maker raiders ransack around 6 nests each summer. The homes and fortresses of other ants falling in quick succession. Eventually, their slaves will rebel, and control will be lost. Today has been a victory, but just like all rulers, the power of the slave maker ants ebbs and flows. Social insects are so effective because they are the most cohesive empires in the animal world. And yet they operate without any leadership. On the jungle floor in Borneo, a line of termites is out on a foraging trip. Like the ants, they have a queen who doesn't give any direct orders. termites have no architects, engineers, or bosses. Each individual carries out tasks according to hardwired instinct. The smaller workers in the foraging party collect moss and lichen, which the termites feed on and roll into bundles. The bundles are then passed on to the larger workers, who are strong enough to ferry the food balls back to the nest. Each termite seems to know what to do without ever being given a directive. By working together, these insects transcend individual size. And when they put their minds to construction, the results are astounding. Found in outback Australia, these majestic towers can be up to 8 meters high. They're among some of the tallest structures made by any animal, which is why their builders are called cathedral termites. Each tower houses millions of individuals. If scaled to human size, they would be 4 times the height of the world's tallest building, soaring over 3 kilometers into the air. No mean feat for an army of workers who are blind and never seem to need instruction. Termite mounds are such impressive real estate. Like the prairie dog towns, they attract a lot of squatters. Golden-shouldered parrots nest exclusively in the mounds. It's the perfect nursery for their growing chicks. The walls keep the young warm and provide protection from predators. A system of holes throughout the mound also provide ventilation. Once the chicks fledge, the same nest is never used again. Probably because once the intruders have left, the termites repair the damage to their mound with even stronger reinforcements. While some house squatters can be a nuisance, most animals work together to keep their communities running. Nowhere else is this more obvious than in the Coral Triangle. A tract of ocean in the West Pacific where individual reefs are home to as many fish species as found in the entire Caribbean. This is the Amazon of the ocean. And it is thought this could be where modern coral reefs began. The Eden from which all other reefs were eventually spawned. "30% of the world's coral is found here, spread out over numerous interconnected reefs, covering an area larger than Ireland or Panama. They built the reefs from the bottom up. But helping them run their vast cities is a cast of colorful characters. Crabs work as garbage collectors, consuming dead and decaying organisms, the leftovers from someone else's meal. Sea cucumbers might be brainless and spineless, but they are living vacuum cleaners, mopping up the microscopic particles the crabs have missed. The sea apple has a particularly fascinating way of doing this. A ring of mucus-covered tentacles ensnare bits of food and then pop them straight into the animal's mouth. The mouth covers the tentacles in more mucus, and the whole process starts over.